Hello there, everyone. My name is Waba, and what you're about to watch is Mental Health
Waba
Monday.
live,
It's a
only on
podcast that I
Twitch.
do every single week.
God, it's so fucking laggy. Try that again.
Hello there, everyone. My name is Waba, and what you're about to watch is Mental Health Monday. It's a podcast that I do every single week live on Twitch, link in the description below. We talk with 1 to 2 guests, sometimes 3, on a topic of the month, and purely I'm just asking them about their experience with this topic. Either they have personally gone through this or they have dealt with it in some manner in a personal way. The purpose of these talks is to bring education to others and to bring awareness to these issues, and that mental health is real, mental health matters, it's okay to not be okay, and more to the point, it's okay to talk about it, and it's okay to reach out for help. There's a lot that goes into Mental Health Monday. It's very intentional, and we have a bit of a check-in usually before the talks. In addition, I myself am trained as a mental health counselor. I have a master's in mental health counseling. Now, I never, ever will claim that I am anyone's therapist online. I'm a mental health advocate, and I will share resources to the day I die. But as far as help goes, I highly encourage anyone out there to seek your own help. I have resources both on my Twitch page, but also in my Discord under resources, and highly encourage anyone to seek professional help if you are struggling with something that the people on my podcast are talking about with their experiences. In addition, they're raw, uncut, and unscripted. I usually have a few questions to kind of structure it a little bit, but we might go off the rails sometimes, have some casual conversations. Other questions might be asked, delving into details. All things considered, I put a content warning out there at the beginning of my talks usually, right before we jump into them. And it's just to say, hey, show some respect, towards the guests and their stories, first of all, obviously. But more importantly, if a topic comes up that might be potentially triggering, feel free to click off the video, feel free, to click off the stream, during the stream, or mute the tab, whatever, come back when you feel comfortable. I don't wish to trigger anyone, but I want these talks to be as unrestricted as possible so that folks can tell their story in their best words. Your discretion is advised, depending on the nature of the subject. So with that out of the way, I just want to welcome you into this video. Feel free to skip ahead as well. I'll put a timestamp in the description. And with that, enjoy Mental Health Monday, and welcome into the Waba fam, your mental health talk place and queer safe space. Take care.
Ah! Hi, Star. We're technically started now, but it's fine.
Hi.
Hi. How's it going?
Yeah, this is going pretty good. He's raiding over right now.
I know. Wait.
He's
okay.
he's doing the thing he does where he just talks.
He should do the
and
thing where he
talks.
talks. I like where he talks. I like the part when he talks.
He he goes off on tangents.
I mean, tangents are good.
Tangents can be good, yes.
Anyway, welcome in everyone to Mental Health Monday. Gonna put that music on low. Here's all our various commands about Mental Health Monday, and here's our guests for the night. I know it's a lot, but it's all meaningful. Poch will join us shortly here. But yeah, thanks everyone for being here. Also for streamers, just if it goes off, just let me know.
Wabapalooza!
That's hi. Wow. Wow. Hi, Poch. How's it going, everyone? Welcome in to the Mental Health Talk Place and Queer Safe Space. Thank you so much for the raid, PochFad. We are about to talk with Poch and with Star right here. in a few moments. Thank you for the follow as well, OC the Furry and Chrissy Deathy. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in as well, Humby Marie Robbins. Thank you so much. Hi, sorry, I'm late. I wanted to bring friends. Yeah, that's a lot of friends. Oh, a WabaFit. Yes, a WabaFit indeed. I forgot to mute my alerts as well, but this is fine. Welcome in, everyone, to the Waba fam. Please always take a moment of your time to take care of yourself and your needs first and foremost. But welcome into Mental Health Monday. We just played our little intro video. I'm not going to play it again, but TLDR, we're going to have a nice talk. We're going to be respectful, and feel free to ask questions of the guests. I do these talks every single Monday. We do other things as well. Final Fantasy Fridays. Saturday we do Dungeons and Dragons. We're going through Majora's Mask right now. Soon we'll transition back over to Sims. And then Sunday we do Stardew Valley Expanded. So yeah, a lot of fun. How are you all doing today? How's your mental health? What's your plans for wellness? And what are your thoughts on Valentine's Day? A lot of things to talk about, really, honestly. But as always, feel free to lurk around and just listen in. Love you all the same. Poch, when you get a chance, just jump in Vibe C or Chaos or whatever. Just one of the voice channels, please, and I'll pop you up here. But yes, thank you, Poch. You're so fucking amazing, dude. Yes, we do appreciate day before free chocolate day or day before very cheap chocolate day. Also, here's all my socials if you want to check me out. I make a variety of content on other platforms, mainly YouTube, I would think, probably. But, you know, Instagram, Twitter, all the good stuff. Hello and welcome, new people. Hello. Also,
There he is.
actually, since there's a lot of you, hey, if y'all want to fucking help me out and unlock some VIP badges, literally type a 1 in chat right now. Do it. Type a 1 in chat. Give me 50 unique chats right now. More VIP badges. Let's do this shit. Seriously. I've been wanting new VIP badges for the longest time.
He's in Vibe C.
Yes, I see. Hello.
Yes.
You'll have to put your camera on. Hello. Hi, Zyprus. Welcome in as well. Valentine is a hoax and we celebrate the murder of St. Valentine. Yep. Prefer Red Wine Day. I do too. After
Hold on,
learning
I'm going to
about
go help him fix it.
Okay.
Is it not working?
Technical support is on its way.
I can see it.
Huh! Cypress! Thank
I
you.
turned
Oh my
OBS,
god.
But also closed OBS, so yeah, but I turned OBS off right away. But look, you can already.
Thank you so much, Zypress, for the 5 fucking gifted
See?
again. Oh my god, dude. That's wild.
It's just coming up as
Thank you so
dots
much.
on mine.
That went to Ren, Mikan, Hitchens, Drifting Light, and Nostalgic Magic. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh.
So
You're glorious,
go
mate.
into the settings down
We
at the
haven't even
bottom
started Mental Health Monday.
and do voice and video.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna deafen for a minute while they figure this out. But good lord, I love that notification in particular. Yeah, I made custom ones for 5, 10, 20, and 100 because I don't know why not. Scaling, right? Because eventually we're gonna run into a Twitch millionaire who gives 100 subs just randomly, and I'm gonna be like, what the fuck? And you're all gonna be like, what the fuck? But it's gonna be funny, and then I'm gonna fucking cry probably. Also, still no idea why, even though I muted the alerts, it still goes off. So, whatever. I'm not mad about it. I'm just thankful. I'm thankful, but I'm confused. Thankfully confused. Thankfully, I'm confused. But that's my normal. I'm always confused. Anyway, yeah. IMO, Valentine's Day. I think you should... I guess it's an excuse to, like, love your partner, or, like, Single Awareness Day, I suppose. But I feel like you should just love your partner every single day, right? Sorry, I'm not really facing the camera. I'm more facing chat. Hi. How's it going? I'm sorry I don't have... I'm sorry I have an upper lip right now. My mustache. It'll grow back in, I swear. I swear. It'll grow. Anyway. But yeah. I think every day could be a day to cherish your loved ones. So, by all means. I think I think capitalistic love day is silly, but hey, maybe some good deals out there. My wife's starting her new job. Income at the house is about to double, so I can share some love. Oh my god. Double, Zypress? That's amazing. You can start to save so much extra money. That's awesome. So thank you so much for sharing some of that love with me. I do truly fucking appreciate it, dude. You're goddamn amazing. Like, you're wonderful. Like, straight up, you're just fucking wonderful. So thank you for your generosity. And yeah, you're literally helping me make this like a full-time eventually. And that's amazing. So my hat goes off to you. If I had a hat, I guess I can tip my glasses to you. Yeah. Tell us about the new job, by the way. If you can, be cool. Hi, Cat Level. Hi, Bear Project. Bear Project and Cat Level, how are you both doing, by the way? Also, two legendary content creators as well. Should always be kind and loving to someone else. It makes the world just a bit better. I agree. She's about to make more than me, but my bonus tipped it in my favor. That's kind of awesome, though, right? I mean, hell, I think Frankie makes more than me. I think. I mean, because they also kind of work 2 jobs, which sucks, but you know, keeps them busy, I suppose, and they like that. I just started a job last week. What kind of job? It's not going well. Oh no, it's not going well. Why not? But today I got a job offer for another job that seems more promising. Sorry, I know. Hi. This seems more promising. It doesn't start until March, but it's customer service work from home job. Oh, that sounds really interesting, actually, Chrissy. I hope that works out for you, honestly. I'm doing well. What about you? I'm doing okay. Oh, you're at Bear Project. Right. Talking between. You're so sorry. It's okay, Poch. It's okay. Technical difficulties happen. I'm pretty good. Just relaxing, thinking of the topics for the next Soul Space and stream. Yeah. You better invite me to it, Poch. I'm excited. Tomorrow I have to do a little bit of work, so I have to go into work. But after like maybe 12:30, I should be free to jump into a Soul Space, Bear. So yeah, if you don't know, Bear Project hosts these really awesome Twitter spaces. So go check out Bear Project, honestly. Great fucking spaces. Really makes you think. Really like can be raw and stuff. Cat Level, also wonderful content creator. They haven't streamed in a minute, but I love them so much and they're great. They're just so wholesome. Well, she's helping out with DreamWorks. Hi, I don't see you still.
Okay. I just didn't know if you could hear me.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we're having issues with the camera.
It's okay. We're chatting. It's fine. Technicals happen. She's helping with DreamWorks on their upcoming TV show. Right, I think you told me about this. She's about to be senior concept artist for NFT company. Oh, God. I mean, it's good money, I guess. Fair enough. I don't know. I think NFTs are kind of... but we'll see. 2, how are you? I'm doing okay. I was a bit tired, a bit exhausted. I'm very annoyed, really, regarding the situation right before stream. But I'm doing better now, honestly. Hi, OC the Furry. Hello, I don't really know what to say, so... Well, hello, welcome in. We're happy to have you here today. Feel free to tell us your pronouns. We could start with that. What are your pronouns? So we can address you correctly. My pronouns are they, them, for the record, by the way. But yeah, feel free to lurk, feel free to chill, and feel free to just be here. Just being here is amazing. You're already doing so much. Like, that helps out so much. Oh, you know you're getting invited to getting a Soul Space invite, Waba. Yeah, Bear. Let's fucking do it. I love these real talks always. I don't censor myself for nothing. Listen, I'm probably not PR friendly, to be honest, but I'm sure some company out there is gonna love me one day. So, fuck it. Let's do it. Right? Let's do it. It's through a temp service. They have me working in a chemical plant. Oh God, that sounds scary. The chemicals burn my throat. Ah! That seems like workplace hazard. That seems like workplace comp. Case waiting to happen. Seriously, what the fuck? That's wild. My goodness. It's so loud I can't hear, so I'm deaf, dizzy, have a headache for 10 hours a day. Plus the work environment's kind of garbage. Yeah, that sounds garbage, honestly. Sounds absolutely garbage. I'm sorry to hear that, Chrissy, but I'm glad that you're having another prospect come up pretty soon. I just realized Spaces on Twitter. Yes, Spaces only work on mobile too. I'm kind of mad about this. I wish they worked on PC, because then I could use my good microphone, but I can't get it to work on PC. So if anyone knows about that, let me know. I told her she should pass the NFT gig, but the money's really good to the benefits and the benefits they are offering. Yeah, I feel like NFTs are going to be a passing fad, unfortunately, though. I kind of compare them to like those like Biostar type-ish things when we were kids. I just don't see a digital good, you know, retaining any value. It seems scammy at best, and yeah. Glad to hear you're doing better, Waba. Thanks. I had some anger, had some frustration, which turned into frustration against like the pharmacy because I didn't have Frankie's meds, which sucked. So I was just like mad for him. And then Frankie's having a bad day too, and I'm just like, I can't be there to comfort him, so it sucks. I gotta download Twitter on mobile. I want to hear both you and Waba. Yes, you can still listen in on PC, but on mobile you'll be able to speak. So I told her, right, the current bubble while it lasts. Yep, you know it's gonna burst. I gotta download Twitter, yes. Plus, while I know some basic sign language, no one else does. That's a really good skill, Chrissy. That's a really fucking excellent skill. You use the shit out of that skill. You advertise the shit out of that skill. You say, this is my skill. You say, this is what I know how to do. This is what makes me unique. This is what makes me stand out. And you use that to advertise yourself. Hell yeah. She, her, and he, him. Okay, I try my best to remember your pronouns. I'm sorry if I mispronounce yours. It's okay, OC. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing your pronouns. Multiple pronouns. I love it. We had a guy go off today cursing up a storm, then threw a box of product on the ground before being escorted out. Fucking hell, what the hell? That's so wild. That's such toxic work environment. Yes, the Bonfire Talk is coming too. Bonfire Talks are usually late night streams. Yes. Dude, your late night streams are killer. I'm sorry, is his camera coming on in other VCs? Is his camera coming on in other VCs?
It's coming on his computer. Like, I can see it on his, but it's not coming
on his
through.
Discord?
Yeah, it's not coming through for either mine or yours. He's just
Restart?
connecting to his phone, I think. So
I would say restart his computer. Just basic, turn it off, turn it back on again. Your late night is my morning, so I can tune in? Heck yeah. I don't want to install Twitter mobile. Fair enough. Yeah, yes.
He's on his phone. He went to OpenKS.
Okay. Sorry. Feels bad. Or he could sit right next to you. Wait, Star.
Yes.
He could sit right next to you.
He could just come sit right next to me.
He should do that.
You should do that.
Yeah. Whoever managed my route gave me a bad impression legit on day 3. Jesus. Try to be careful that you only seem like legitimate company. NFTs, cryptocurrency, scam within itself. Yeah, as an investor consultant, never got paid. I need to figure out how to do spaces on PC because if I could use my good mic, it'd be awesome. I think there's a way, Bear Project, and I imagine the way is to force the website to access them. I just figured it out, Bear. I literally just figured it out. Hold on. I literally just figured it out. Hold the fuck up. If this works, I'm going to show everyone real quick. Hold on. Because there's a way. God, there's a fucking way to do this. Boom! Yep. There you go. Here. Press F12. Press this little thing here. Little toggle device toolbar. Press down here. Go to iPhone. There you go. Access mobile Twitter site on PC. Done. Done. Guide done. Clip that. Hello.
Hello?
Hi.
Okay.
I can hear you. I just
Okay.
figured it out. There. That's huge. I don't know if the spaces will work. Hi. This works.
Yeah.
Well, on my phone it works.
Do you want to just come sit next to Star? I don't know.
Actually, I like being in here because
Like being
then I
there.
don't I overpower Star when I'm sitting there next to her, and this way I can see her raise her hand, and I try not to overpower her.
Okay, fair enough.
I try not to because I want to be fair, you know. I am so sorry for all these difficulties.
It's okay. Yeah, Chrissy, I'm
So-
glad you have a new job opportunity.
It's so weird because we can see his camera turn on his
Yeah.
computer.
I literally suggested like maybe restart the computer. That's the only thing. Try running Discord as an admin. That shouldn't affect the connection issue because like you can still see his camera on his end, but it just doesn't connect to the call properly. That was my only like suggestion, which is just turn it off, turn it back on. Yes, cat level has a great name. A stutter when I get overstimulated. I feel that. Deep breaths. Yes.
Thank you very much, Jeffrey. I feel fine, you know.
You're our savior. Now we'll see if that works.
Here to,
Bear Project, if that fucking works tonight. Now, if you can start a space on PC forcing it to be a mobile browser, that would be. Ooh. All right, Poch, how you feeling? Technology isn't a bell at times, yes. Poch, how you feeling?
pretty good. Pretty good. Very productive day today,
Do you
which
want to
is
go?
always nice.
I do like that for you. I love that for you. I mean, just getting out of bed is already more than enough, dude. So that's amazing.
Facts.
All right.
There, see, now you guys aren't looking at my stomach. You can actually see me.
We see you at a certain angle.
I'm trying to remove the awkward, like, I don't this guy like that. I'm
All right.
if you only saw the setup I have right now, this is hilarious. This is
I
yeah.
guess we won't tempt fate anymore for tonight, and we'll just call it a day. No more asking to restart the computer or anything like that.
Yeah,
So
I'm
we'll
just-
see you. Fuck it. All right, we're doing it live. Hello. Welcome into Mental Health Monday. It's been a minute since we've had you on. Long time no see.
It's good to
Miss you.
see you.
Miss you dearly. Good to see you. We're still enjoying the chair here. Forgot to update this. We're on Chair Chan day number 11.
Nice. I like that you're doing that.
I saw. I'm sorry, I stole it from you, but
No, dude, don't be sorry. I love that. I love that.
Makes
That's
him happy
fantastic.
when people mention the whole chair thing. So.
I think imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, right?
Well,
Absolutely.
isn't it exciting that your community goes, "Hey, we love you. You're uncomfortable. You need something here," and then provides it for you. Like, it's amazing. Like, I love seeing the how many days you've had the chair. Just like I love seeing how many days I've had it because I get to go. I love this community. Like, they love me. It's a mutual thing.
Exactly. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing that what we're crafting here. Also, thank you so much again for bringing all your friends over.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Actually, I was kind of worried because I only did like a 45-minute stream, and I was like, "Oh, I'm not going to be able to bring as many people as I wanted over."
Bruh.
But
It's like the biggest
it
fucking
worked out.
raid. It's the fattest raid. Jesus
it worked
Christ.
out. So I was happy.
And I love your lurkers. But at the same time, I can't help but be like, all right, 50 of you fucking press 1. Let's go. Give me 2 VIP badges, please. Nah, everyone's sleeping. That's fine. I appreciate it. If I'm background noise, I don't mind.
Yeah, I love lurkers. Lurkers are like the backbone of my streams.
That's
I love
literally
lurkers.
my quote here about lurkers.
Oh,
They're the lifeblood of Twitch.
yes. Yes.
Listen, if we can wake up 50 people and tell them to all press 1 at the same time, we'll unlock more VIP badges. But right now, I don't see it happening, unless baited. No.
See how many more raids we can get in here. Come on, you guys. Come on.
Yeah. I'll just ask Philza to raid me. It's fine.
Perfect.
He only has 15,000 people right now. It's fine.
Yeah, no, that should do it.
Yeah.
I should do it.
I think at least 50 people will say hi.
I would think so.
Anyway, welcome to Health Monday. It is Valentine's Day. Uno reverse card. We're not even talking about relationships today, but we are going to be talking about it next month. But we can, because we're talking about mood disorders, anxiety, depression, bipolar, everything. Fucking, what you got? You had a lot of stuff to talk about with this. I know with both topics, really. But like...
Yeah. I don't know if you just want to dive into it. If you have questions,
dive.
You have like...
I mean...
I want to follow your format, whatever you got.
Typical format, define anxiety and depression, go.
Ooh, define anxiety. I've found personally, because I've felt anxiety, is kind of tough to describe, because each person that I've talked to about it has referred to it a little bit differently. But it's an overwhelming feeling that's very hard to stop, that something extreme is going to happen, whether it's overwhelmingly scared, sad, freaked out, oh my goodness, the world's going to end, like whatever it is, it's just an overwhelming extreme of that emotion, which is the first time that I felt anxiety. It was a trip, because I'm a low EQ person. I don't get a whole lot of emotion and stuff. So when it was so overwhelming that I was just like, I've gone insane. Like, that was my thought process. Is I finally lost it. Like, for me to feel this much of anything,
like this level.
Yeah, like I honestly just had to sit down and think about what just happened afterwards. Like, I didn't go into that freak out stage or anything, which I don't knock anybody that does, because it is very scary. I just sat down going, is this permanent? Like, is this my life? Is this where I've gone?
Honestly, I'm sorry to cut you off, but like,
no, go ahead.
That perspective is like super humbling to me, in a way, and like really fucking grounds me for a second. Because to me, who's my personal lived experience, like, I used to deal with like, there was a period of time where I wasn't anxious, but then I was always anxious, and then I was hyper anxious for 2 years, and then I kind of like came out of a bad environment, and then I wasn't anymore. And I still am occasionally, but it's just like, I don't know. Really, yeah. The idea of like, oh God, is this my reality now? Have I gone fucking insano? Like, you go from 0 to absolutely 100, and you think, and your first thought might literally just be like, crap. Like, is this it? I'm dead. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
The only comparison I can think about it is just like, with like literally like a baby. Like, why do they cry? Because everything they're experiencing right now is the worst thing ever. So it's just the same thing, but with your brain. It's literally, this is the worst thing ever. So your brain's like, well, fuck. This is awful.
Yeah, pretty much. And for me, what sort of added to it was, the first time I really had anxiety was after the car accident I was in. And in that car accident, my spine was messed up enough to a certain point that one day I stood up and my legs went numb. So I had no feeling from my waist, a little bit higher than my waist down, a little bit above my hips. And in that moment, all I'd done was surfed, skateboarded, ran, exercised, and I'm sitting on the floor of my house going, oh, they're done. So having the anxiety, which was probably about 2-3 months later, it was that same process, but mentally. And so I think that kind of added to it, because I'd already gone through that emotion of, oh, it's done. Even though I was able to, get feeling back into my legs, which I'm extremely grateful for, it also did help that when I sort of came down from that overwhelming anxiousness, that I was like, okay, this isn't where I have to live the rest of my life. Like, so it that helped. But at the same time, when it happened, it was, I almost want to say, like, not exaggerated, because that's I don't think that's the right word. It was multiplied. Right. By having gone through a feeling like that before. I was like, again, it's happening again, like, but in a whole different area. It wasn't a physical anymore. It was a mental. Yeah. But it's very interesting. It happens to me a lot less. And I actually honestly think that Star would even be better to talk about her experiences with it, because I've seen her go through it more. I'm able to, sympathize because I have gone through it. But to me, being able to, or having to deal with it as often as she does, I find her to be a mentally extremely resilient and very strong person. Because how many times I've seen her go through anxiety, I'm like, I may have lost it at that point. So I have a ton of respect, for her emotions and her mind. But this is something that when you started talking about it, I was like, she is, in my opinion, a perfect person to, talk about the way she sees it and how she deals with it.
I think, I think it's really wholesome that you uplift Star to that level of being very emotionally resilient. But, I want to remind you that you should be proud of your own mental fortitude, and that, like, it's not an easy path. This isn't like a walk down. It's not a walk in the park, say so. Speak.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
Like, you went through your own shit, and that's completely valid too. I feel in a way you're kind of saying, it wasn't the first panic attack, it was the second one that kind of cements that in for you. You know what I mean? Like, the first one, you have no idea what the fuck is happening. But then when the second one happens, you're like, oh, fuck, I know what's happening. And because I know what's happening, I'm panicking myself even more.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, even if okay, this might not be permanent, but you're like, but it's here. What do I do? What do I do? What?
Right, you hyper-focus on those thoughts.
I've had it happen in public in Waikiki, right? And for me, I'm around hundreds of tourists in a 30-meter radius, and then it goes into does everybody know this is what's going on? Is everybody going to look at me and go, there's the crazy one? So it's weird that it again, because I have, like, I don't, my emotional status isn't that high. It that struck me as, like, I didn't have experience. Like a lot of things you do, you have experience, so you know how to deal with something. Like, oh, I've experienced this, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
I have very little experience with it, so when it does, like, my brain goes into overdrive of, okay, what do I do? How do I solve this? How do I fix it? How do I change it? And when you're in the middle of it, you're not solving it, you're not fixing it, you're not changing it, you're living it. And that's not much more else you can do. So I think if I had to choose, I'd prefer to be at home when it happened. and I laugh because there is no choice.
Yeah.
But it's
not really.
Yeah. It's an interesting, I don't know. It's I think the reason why it's so interesting to me is because I have such little experience. And so on one hand, I want to know more and more and more, but I don't want to be the guinea pig to find out. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
I don't want to have panic attacks to learn more, but I don't know how else I'm going to learn more about them, and they intrigue me, but I do not like them. Welcome to my brain.
Yeah. Welcome to my mind. Da-da-da-da-da. That's a fucking song in Psychonauts 2. It's great. Anyway.
Nice.
Yeah, shit. I mean, definitely I don't wish more panic attacks on you or literally anyone who has ever experienced one. I mean, I can definitely speak from my own experience when it comes to panic attacks, because I used to have them quite literally daily for like 2 years.
Oof. I'm sorry.
And nowadays, whenever I'm in a situation that gives me an anxiety attack and then followed by a panic attack, I because I know what's happening, instead of I focus on it, but I focus on it in a very, like, how do I describe it? I can literally tell you what I do. I literally just, like, go like, hey, I go out loud. I say that out loud too. And I'll tell people, like, hey, I'm having a panic attack right now, so I just need to talk to myself for a second here and tell my brain to shut the fuck up. Like, I know. Yeah, we're panicked. I get it. Yeah, yeah, all right. Yes. Yes. Heart palpitations. Yep. Love those. I just get sarcastic with it because I get like pissed sarcastic at it. Because it's just like, it is happening to me. It is a physiological reaction at this point, a chemical reaction that I can't necessarily stop. Like, it's not so much in my head anymore for me. It used to be, but it's not so much anymore. I kind of just, like, completely dissociate from it as much as possible and just tell it to shut the fuck up. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but you know.
That's beautiful.
But it does help talk me through it in a way. Because it's like, all right, I know what the fuck is happening. I can let other people know what the fuck is happening. And
I think that in itself is huge. And sorry to interrupt, but that's huge to be able to. To me, it's huge, and this is why. Is because every time that it's happened to me, I shut down to everyone because I'm trying to figure out what's going on. The fact that you and I'm not happy that you're that comfortable because that means you've gone through it that much. But
the
fact that you're able to go,
the other side of that, I suppose.
Right? Yeah. Like, that sucks. But the fact that you're able to go, hey, you guys, this is what's going on. Give me a second. You know what I mean? Because anytime that it's happened to me, I'm like, the world becomes blank. Don't talk to me. Don't have, like, I'm trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And I would, again, not happy that it's at that point, but be able to be to a point to go, hey, just so you know, this is what's happening. You know, because I'm still, like, it's because it isn't, you know, an everyday thing, which I'm very, very, very grateful for. Right. You know, I'm still at that point that when it happens, I'm just like, who do I fight? What am I going to do? You know, like, how do I protect and preserve my life? And instead of being able to go, hey, this is going on, shut the fuck up, you know, like.
Yeah. I just had a question, but I answered in my own head, so I was laughing because of that. But what was the last time you had a panic attack? And do you know what triggered it?
Like, you're asking me right now?
Yeah, I'm asking you right now.
It's been a hot minute. I would have to say a couple of months.
That's not too far away.
It was in this is no means, Star, I'm just prefacing this, having anything to do with your driving. It has to do with ice on the road. And the fact that the car accident that I got to, I was in the passenger seat, so I had zero control over what happened to me at that moment. So it was a complete out of my hands, uncontrolled, and where the brunt of the accident happened was where I was. So I have this background fear of even being in a car, you know, that I've done my damnedest to overcome. But any time that, like, because it snows here. It snows where we live, and there's ice and everything else. And I have to say, Star is an absolutely fantastic driver in the snow and ice. She was like, I get in the car with her, which says a lot. But there was, I think she thought that I was mad at her. But I felt the car slide a little bit and just lost my shit. I didn't verbally lose my shit, just in my brain. Lost my shit, you know, grabbing onto the oh shit bar, you know, in the car and just sort of just like, fuck. And I may have, like, she, you know, because she sees my body language and, you know, she'll say something and I may have just been like, don't worry about it, you know, like, because in my head I'm still trying to figure out why when there was nothing major that happened am I acting like I'm about to die, you know. So it was around the first couple times that it snowed. So whenever that was, Star, like 2 or 3 months ago. And it was from a traumatic experience. That one I know was from traumatic. I've had it happen out of the blue for shits and giggles, but that one I know was a trigger from, you know, sitting in the passenger seat and having something happen that just like set me off. And I try really, really hard not to, because I didn't even know Star when I got in the accident. She had nothing to do with the accident. Like, she is so far removed from it. She's a good driver. But my brain said, no, you're going to lose your shit right now. And there was nothing I could do about it except sit there and go, why? And as funny as it is, why is a calming thing for me? When I ask myself why repeatedly, my brain kicks into, because I love the question why, my brain kicks into trying to figure out after I've said it enough. So, like, saying why over and over to myself isn't like I'm giving up. It's actually me trying to take control of what's going on in my head. But that one, I'm pretty much positive it was because of, a trigger that happened.
Oh, yeah, I'd be pretty positive of that too. Also, it's funny to me that why helps you so much, because therapy training for me, mental health master's training for me was literally like, avoid why, don't ask why, ask what. Never ask why. But I'm like, oh, it's a good question though.
I mean, I love why. I always have, because I ask myself it. It's not as much that I expect people to ask me or I ask other people. That is really what drove me into learning and researching everything. Is that I would hear something and go why, and then I would research it. So that it's just whether or not I'm asking the right word, that's just the word that always has been a grounding thing for me, is trying to figure out why. I have had a panic attack that was really weird. That was just out of the blue. And, as to why that happened, I can say I have no idea. It was years ago, but I remember it very, it's very much something. But it was literally just sitting in my room, and then the world was going to end, and I couldn't figure out why. Like, that was, I didn't know the why. But literally in my head, the scenarios were going of, an earthquake's going to happen, a tsunami's going to happen, somebody's dropping a bomb. Like, every scenario of how the world was going to die was going through my head at the same time. And I couldn't figure out, like, there's been no warning. There was no mass text that went out on her phone that set me off. There was nothing. It just happened. And that one I've never understood. And just eventually the feeling left. There was no me fixing it. There was no me, changing it. Just the feeling left. And it was always an unknown that I thought was really odd.
I mean, sometimes just intrusive things happen, and then your brain latches onto it, and then just goes on a fucking wild spree. Conspiracy theory spree.
Wild spree is a good way to put it.
Yeah. I mean, shit, some people are fortune tellers. This is called cognitive distortions, by the way, for those keeping score at home. This is cognitive distortions, where literally, and again, intrusive thoughts, again, if you're keeping score at home, where, your brain just, your brain has a good fucking way to just think of just random shit throughout the day. And, some thoughts you give some thought to, and other thoughts really give a lot of thought to, and other thoughts you attach your whole value to it for some reason, because you just keep mulling it over in your head and over again. And it could be something that someone said to you, something that you read, and this is kind of how anxiety and depression can develop as well, is that if in the long term you start, attaching yourself, and I call it marrying yourself to your thoughts, and not realizing that thoughts are just thoughts, and your brain makes a million of them a minute, But if you marinate it and you marry it, then, and you live by it and you indoctrinate yourself to it, then that's when you start to have problems. So panic attacks, anxiety attacks can definitely come on because of just random thought of like, what if the world just ended right now? Brain, I guess that would suck, but there's nothing I can do about that. Sorry.
Right. Thanks, brain. Thank you.
Thanks for reminding me.
Right. Like, I was totally fine going about my business, just oblivious to the end of the world. But now I'll think about it. Let's do this.
Right. Straight up. Hi, Pit. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yes, Star. Go. You're muted for some reason.
You're muted.
I
I can't hear you. Is it through the headset? Maybe did that take
no.
over? Is the headset muted?
No, Star is the one with technicals? No. No. No.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi.
I have to pee.
Okay.
I've been drinking coffee.
Did I give you permission to pee?
No, but I really gotta go.
Just go fucking pee. You don't have to ask.
I'll be back.
Okay.
I would just like to say that is probably reason number 2,467,926 why I love that woman.
We stand.
Nope.
We stand, Star.
Yes.
I'll lick you.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you know, I'm curious. I don't know if you care to, but
Yeah.
you started mentioning it that you had them every day.
Yes.
My curiosity question, and if you don't want to answer, I totally
What's up?
understand. But
I'm open about
how
very much.
like debilitating to your life? Like, how did that change and affect how you were able to live on a daily basis? Like,
Oh, extremely. And excuse my non-emotionalness when I'm telling my story. I think I've probably have used the coping skill of compartmentalization at this point in my life, and I'm very emotionally disconnected from what happened during those 2 years of my life.
okay,
Mostly for my own good, I imagine, but also just like I can't attach myself too much to the past because it is what it is. What happened. It sucks. I regret it, I guess, but it's a story now that I tell, I suppose.
you can't go back and change it.
No, I can't go back and change it, which fucking sucks, but and who knows where my life would have been if it was different. But all that aside, yeah, it sincerely did completely fuck up my functionality. I was at my first college of choice, which is Drexel University in Philadelphia. I tell people nowadays don't go to Drexel unless you're really, really fucking prepared to work stupid hard, because they have like 10, 11 week quarters with the 11th week being finals, and they jam about a semester and a half of material in that 10 weeks. So
Wow.
it is intense.
Wow.
Yeah. So you imagine why I had some anxiety. Now, also it was my first college experience, first time away from home. And just a lot of things got away from me as far as like self-care wise and just like time management wise. Like I never really had to try before in school. High school was so easy to me, and then college and especially Drexel was just like, what the fuck? Like I actually have to try and study? Huh? So confused. Anyway, so yeah, when I started getting the anxiety attacks and the panic attacks, I really didn't know what they were. But what I did know is that I literally hold myself in my, I'm gonna be very fucking raw here for a second. I literally hold myself up in a room and probably did nothing other than eat, sleep, masturbate, and shower with no soap. That's probably all I fucking did for quite a while. Like, I was so deep in a depression because I was like, I'm failing classes, I've got nowhere to go, like, I have no friends, because I tried making friends, but I'm so fucking awkward, and I've later now discovered that I'm autistic. Like, I've just felt so isolated, which is ironic considering that I was actually part of, like, I forgot what they called it, but I was part of a, like, oh God, what did they call it? Like a quad or something, like a quadrant type ish thing, where it was like 40 of us, and it's like we're in specific degrees, and like they group us together and say like, oh, we're gonna be like leaders or something in the future or whatever. So I guess I got good enough grades to be put in like this thing, and we had like these special activities that we did as like a group. Like we got to go to like different places and do different like special activities together. There weren't any assignments, but it was like just a weekly meeting as well, and like you all were on the same floor together basically, and you were all supposed to like get to know each other and stuff and network together. I forgot what it was called, but anyway, I just never really fit in with any of them. Never really made friends. I just kind of isolated. So between that, video games, panic attacks, anxiety attacks, just everything was just I was a giant ball of sadness, sweat, and grossness, really. So functionally, I wasn't functioning. If I ate, I would overeat. If I went to class, I couldn't pay attention. If I tried to socialize, I'd be really fucking awkward, you know? Like, everything was kind of shit. Like, I did eventually find some friends, but, like, me being an anxious little shit never really asked to hang out with the friends. So, I don't know. It was a whole mess. There was a lot that happened, but honestly, it fucking knocked me out of commission for days on end at times.
Gotcha. It sounds to me like you went to, just listening, that you went to survival basics.
I mean, absolutely. I was absolutely in survival mode, which is a term that I like to use here sometimes because it's
that's
accurate.
Where you, yeah. You're like, all right,
I'm
gonna do just what I need to not die.
Literally, I was like getting my bare minimum of like requirements. Yeah. Zypress, thank you for sharing with us, by the way, because that's something that I didn't struggle with anger specifically, but I definitely struggled with expressing my emotions for a very long time. I used to think myself as a robot, but it takes a lot of time, and I'm sure you could get there as well, you know, but it is possible to get more in touch with your emotions and allow yourself, because a lot of it for me was allowing myself to express an emotion and not shame myself for having feelings. Altoid.
For half a second, I didn't know if that was a code word because the video is a little bit lagged.
Hey, we both have the same. Went to green. Still can't hear you.
Because I muted myself when I got up. I said, yes, this is the best kind.
It is. Anyway. You were in the army. There we go. Army breaks you down. You're not allowed to have emotions, right?
Army destroys you.
Yeah. Zypress, sincerely, I hope you find help and rediscover your emotions. Like, I mean that in the most caring way possible. But I really hope that you're able to have emotions again. Because I found for myself that, like, and this is just my personal journey, but, like, I kind of rejected toxic masculinity, and a lot of toxic masculinity taught us was that the only emotions that are allowed are anger and happiness, and that's about it. So giving myself that space to feel emotions and not shame myself for them.
You can have some of mine.
Yeah? I mean, I cry a lot now.
Way too many emotions, man. I feel everything.
That's fair enough, Zypress. If it doesn't bother you, you know, you don't have to go help for it. I mean, that's kind of how most of these things work. If it bothers you, then yeah, for sure. But if it doesn't bother you, you know, it's fine. As long as you're happy existing like that. It's up to you, you know.
I think I understand. Just reading the little bit that I did.
Yeah.
What Cypress said, like I get that because that's the way that I've lived a very long time. And I think I know a big reason why I have very little emotion, and it's been put away and not allowed to be out. You get used to mimicking. You read the room.
Yeah.
you read the room, and then you see, okay, people around here are sad because something's going on. That's the emotion I'm going to show. People around here are super happy. That's what I'm going to show. You know, whatever it is, you read the room, you get used to it, and you go, okay, cool. This way I don't stand out. You know, I fit right in. People won't go, you're weird. What's wrong with you?
You learn to
just
mask,
blend.
right?
Yeah. It's not super. I'm not going to say it's. I don't feel it's the healthiest thing, because I've started learning to let a little bit of the emotion out, and it's the feeling that I can say. It isn't sadness. It isn't. It's freed. It's freeing to be able to let go of some of what you keep bottled up, compartmentalized, whatever term you want to use for it. Whatever you keep in there. It's freeing to let some of that out. And even if you got to do it when no one's around, because, you know, whatever reason why you bottled it up. But I would just suggest, you know, even if you just only do it when you're alone, just let it once or twice and see what that feeling is, because it's very interesting. To me, it's very interesting. I'm still working on it. I'm still working on letting emotion out. And that could be, honestly, when I think about these things, I put two and two together, and I'm like, I wonder if me holding all that in has been triggers for anxiety and issues like that I had no idea were there. I could be totally wrong, but I think when I keep all of these emotions sitting here that you just shut up and don't deal with, then all of a sudden I have an overflooding of them. I'm wondering if I held it there until it overflowed, and that was my brain going, blah, you know, to release valve.
There definitely is also a difference between, like, you have emotions, but you refuse to express them, and just, like, you straight up don't have emotion. Because a lot of times, we don't have a specific emotion. Maybe our emotion is actually just contentment. You know, so by all means, I wouldn't want to say, you know, let's force someone to, like, be sad or whatever,
no.
right? You know?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to be careful with my wording. I don't want anybody to force anything. I'm just saying, if you feel it, let it. You know, if you need to do it alone, you know, do it alone. But no, I absolutely
let it happen, kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm glad you're there to help word things better.
No, you weren't saying anything bad. I just was like, let me add on to this.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I appreciate that.
Certain tones in music trigger cry response. Yeah, actually, sometimes the same for me. Like, certain music will always make me cry, but if, like, I'm not, like, actually particularly sad at a moment, like, it'll make me, like, feel like I'm gonna cry, but then I don't, and I'm like, oh yeah, you have a feeling for a brief moment from it. Yeah, Steven Universe is great for that, personally. That show is simultaneously traumatizing, but also just expressive in a very good way.
There's one very specific song that I can listen to every other song in the world, but that one comes on, I just excuse myself. Like, I've tried to listen to it and not cry on purpose to teach myself. It's an old Pearl Jam song called Oceans. And it's one that I've tried. Like, I by myself put it on and been like, all right, I'm gonna win. And there's never been a time that I haven't at least cried a little bit listening to that song. It's beautiful. There's a lot of meaning to it for me. But yeah, music is one of the few things that'll bring emotion out of me big time.
Yeah, a few Steven Universe songs will always make me cry without fail. One of them is called Drifting Away, which is about abandonment. Mommy issues TM over here. And if you have mommy issues, join the Waba fam today.
See, what's interesting is the one that gets me is it's talking about his dad. It's not that I have the issues where I don't like my dad.
Yeah.
Is that I of all the people in the world up until that point, that was the one person in this world that I knew I could rely on, and almost everybody else I felt I couldn't. And that's one of the reasons why it hit me that way. Every time I hear it, I think of my dad, and I'm like, he's the only one that cares about me. You know, so that's why it's a big, powerful thing. And I know that that's not the case. I know that there's other people that care about me, and I know that there's other people. You know, like, I've moved past that singularity thought.
Oh, what? Other people
that's
care
what
about
that.
you?
Yeah, I know, but that's
Poch. No one in this room.
At the moment that because when this song embedded in me was when Pearl Jam's 10 album was out. So we're talking 25 years ago. So Star, you can't get upset because you were only 10 years old. All right. Anyway,
Star can still get
True.
upset.
True.
How dare you didn't know Star when they were 10 years old?
that would have been weird because
Would've been
I would have been 20, and that's
That's even worse.
See, that's what I'm saying. So, but embedded in me from that song was the time when that was the only person that cared about me. So it still brings in that emotion. I know that it's not the case. I know that that's not the factory of what's going on. There are other people that care about me, but just speaking of music, it still hits me that same way. And honestly, I don't mind. I don't mind because I get to feel that, and it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing when I close my office door because I'm like, all right, I'm going to cry alone. Because not because it's a bad thing, but because I prefer to. If I'm going to sit here and cry, I don't need anybody comforting me because I want to feel this. And so I'll listen
feel
to it
that
on purpose.
fully. Sometimes when I'm about to cry, if someone says it's okay, you can cry, I like immediately don't want to cry anymore. Like it just stops. Like it physiologically just stops, and I hate it. So usually when I am starting to cry, I'll try to like go away from a social situation.
It's like when you're about
Cry.
to sneeze and someone says something that stops your sneeze, and you're like,
Are you gonna sneeze? I was.
I
Damn.
know, screw you.
Oh, I
Dang.
was so bad about that for a while. I would tell him bless you before he sneezed, and he would get so mad at me.
Dude. I would hide
That's
my
hilarious.
sneeze face just so she wouldn't do it. Be like,
So,
Yeah.
PochFad has talked you up, Star. What about you? What is your experience with anxiety? And
I experience anxiety probably 3 to 7 times a day. Every single day. It does not stop for me. I have medications that quiet it,
right.
but it's always there. It's always present, and I think a lot of that has to do with being abandoned by my mom, and then having my dad pretty much abandon me and kick me out of the house, and then having to leave abusive relationships and everything else. And it's just one thing after another has turned my entire life into PTSD.
I was about to say, it sounds like you have CPTSD.
Yeah. Yep. Got diagnosed, a year and a half ago? Yeah. About a year and a half ago, I got diagnosed with PTSD, and that's when we started me on all the medications, because it had gotten to a point where I couldn't even, much less have a functional relationship with Poch. I couldn't even have a functional life.
Right.
I
With
couldn't
yourself.
be alone. Yeah, I couldn't be alone. I couldn't eat without thinking I was going to get into trouble. I couldn't do anything without thinking that, Poch is just going to get mad at me and scream at me or hit me or do whatever. And he obviously, he's not that kind of person. He's not even close to that kind of person. But there was a while where if I did anything that I deemed as being wrong or incorrect, I would be afraid that he was going to retaliate.
So you've only started on medication a year and a half ago. So I want to put that in perspective for you, because that means you've really only started your journey of recovery a year and a half ago.
Yep.
Shit, dude. I mean, I'm super fucking proud of you that you're even here today with me, and you've joined me before for Mental Health Mondays.
Yeah.
That's huge.
I'm super proud of myself that I'm even here at all. Because
that's fair.
I mean, I had just told Poch maybe about a week ago something that he never even knew about me, which was I didn't want to be alive before he met me. I wanted nothing to do with life at all. I had already looked up and taught myself how to make a noose. I had already strengthened and made sure that the banister on our back porch, mine and my ex-husband's back porch, would hold my weight. I had gathered up the necessary materials. Like I was legitimately going to hang myself and just be done with it because I was just finished. I was tired of being anxious. I was tired of being scared of everything. I was tired of being depressed and miserable, and I didn't see any other way out because I had nowhere to go. I had been abandoned by both of my parents, and I had nowhere to be.
And you would have just become another statistic star, because that's what suicide is. It's a loss of hope completely.
Mm-hmm. And
why didn't you? What stopped you?
Poch. Like legitimately, he stopped me. He was on the phone with me every single day, talking to me, reassuring me that, you know, people did care about me, and you know, making me feel like I actually did belong somewhere.
You do.
And yeah, so
You belong here.
he saved my life.
It's really fucking sweet.
Sorry, I'm making everybody cry.
Don't be sorry. Tears are okay. Tears are
But
healthy.
that being said, you know, having that PTSD that I have to deal with on a regular basis now, I have a lot less of the anxiety attacks that I used to have, because it did used to be just a constant thing, and there was no stopping it. Not even sleep was helping, because I was having nightmares where I would like beat the crap out of Poch in my sleep. But which I'll let him tell you all about my nightmares, because that's actually an interesting story. But he helped me get in touch with the right people in Hawaii who finally got me that diagnosis that I needed to start getting me on medication, getting me through counselors, and, you know,
awesome.
going through the whole process of trying to fix my brain, as opposed to just living in that fear or doing something worse about it.
Right.
But for me, anxiety it's a physical response where I feel like I have a lump in my throat and I can't breathe. And then I feel like an elephant just sits on my chest and pushes my lungs down. And then my heart will start to race and feel like it's going to just jump right out of my chest. And then once that starts, I already know, like, it's happening. This is what's going on. I'm going to die now. So let's just, you know, let's make it through this part.
Yeah.
But then I had a friend of mine tell me about this process that she has for grounding, and it has done the world for me. Mentally, it really puts me back into the mind frame of, okay, this is where I am. Not everything is happening right now. You're going to be just fine. You will make it through. You know, you will live through this, and then you can like calm down and figure out what you need to do. And I'll actually send you a picture of it, because I have one that I keep on my phone.
It's like a grounding technique exercise, yeah?
Yeah, it's 100% a grounding exercise. You start with 5 things that you can see.
Oh yeah.
4 that you can feel, 3 that you can hear, all the way down the line, and it does amazing.
That's the standard one that I always recommend to folks.
Oh yeah,
It's 5,
I
4,
love
3,
it.
2, 1.
I absolutely love it.
Yeah, my cat's performing some yoga here for
I
everyone
see.
else.
That's awesome. Mine
Look
is
at him. He's taking his whole ass leg.
asleep and
Jesus.
pregnant somewhere.
Asleep and pregnant. Oh, that's right.
Oh,
kittens.
Oh, she's gonna pop any
How
day
did
now.
that happen? How'd you get pregnant?
Her brother.
Oh my god, no.
Her biological brother.
Incest. No, wait,
Incest.
They're not spayed and neutered?
We hadn't had, it happened before we even knew that she was going into heat because she had never. We got them as kittens.
Oh, and you never fucking spayed and neutered. No.
So now we're just doing the separation thing. So the
We are
boys
going to have them spayed and neutered now.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, there's not going to be any more kittens in this house. We are done with that.
I mean, really, with the cats, it was like, I don't know if it's time. They're both really small. They're still tiny kittens. I think we have probably another month. Oh no, I think she's pregnant.
Yeah.
Oops.
Whoops.
Oops.
Jackie, thank you for being here. By the way, I typed it, but I wanted to say it out loud. Thank you so much for being here. I'm glad you're having some hope listening to the stories. That's what these are for. Yeah, reach out whenever. We're here for you. This is a support family. This is a community of love and support. Absolutely. Your online support system. Star.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
I just love how you just did that.
It's.
I was just
Sorry.
yeah.
I spaced off.
It's fine. So did I. I was just gonna say thank you for sharing with us, and thank you. Just thank you for being here. Thank you for still being here.
Yeah.
Thank you, Poch, for being there. 4-star as well. This is superbly awesome. Get a PochFad in your life.
Right.
Quite honestly, that's I wish that I could do it for everybody. I know that I'm not
Same.
able to. Like, I know that some people don't respond to the way that I talk and everything else. To me, it trips me out whenever I do hear somebody that says something like that. Like, I don't even know how to handle that. Like, that's what I try to do. But then when someone says you actually did it, I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. I don't know what, how, but it's huge to me. I don't even really know how to put it into words. Like, the fact that there's a human life here, because I tried, it makes me think if more people tried, there would be more human life still here. Like, I want everybody to try. If somebody's having a hard time, if you know your friend's struggling, reach out to them. Just even if you can't be on the phone with them every day, just be like, you want to go get a slice of pizza, whatever it is. Like, don't just go, they'll be all right, because they might not be all right. Like,
Yeah.
Do something like take 20 seconds out of your day and text them and be like, hey, I can't talk right now, but I just wanted to let you know I'm thinking about you.
Yeah.
It'll do wonders
Reach out
for
to
you.
your happy friends, basically.
yeah.
Your happy friends and your sad friends. Let them know that you care.
Yep.
My cat is very upset right now. And he's made this everyone's problem. I'm just gonna take my glasses now. All right, there they go. Yep.
Goodbye, glasses.
Good buddy. All right. He probably wants something. I don't know what he wants, but we're gonna find out together. Oh, all right, he's going up here now. Okay, come on. We're going on an adventure. Bye, everyone. See you later.
Oh, cats, they do rule the world.
Oh, yeah. I'm with you, cat level. I'm 100% with you.
It's funny, we both stopped and started reading that. That's exactly what I was doing just now. I'm like, okay.
Right?
I love that you have someone like that. Caleb. Well, like I love that you have someone like that. That is, it's glorious. It's. I don't know. For me, it's everything that I would ask for in a person. You know, to have someone that, and it's not just that they're around you a lot. It's that they've paid attention to you enough to know what you're going through and be able to see it without you saying it. So that's beautiful. I'm so stoked that you have someone like that. That's awesome, Caleb. That's really awesome.
Yeah, like Poch is amazing because he'll see me, and if you look at my hands are just picked to pieces because I sit and I pick at my hands when I start having those really bad thoughts in my head, and then like the anxiety or the panic attack will start after that. But I pick my fingernails, my hands, scabs, everything, and he'll just take my hands and put them down. And he'll just look at me, stop.
Yeah.
Or just straight up say, you know, I'd appreciate if you don't hurt yourself right now. What can we do?
Mm-hmm.
You know, or just hold your hand. You know, if you want to keep doing it, I'll hold on to your hand. So if you need to, you pick mine, and then I'll be like, "Why are you picking my hand?" You know, but to let her know that I'm aware. I might not be able to be the one that fixes it. I might not be able to be the one that stops. As much as I want to be like the ultimate savior and save you from every ailment that may come along, that I don't have that ability. But if I can do one little thing to just let you know, okay, I'm right here,
Yeah.
then I want to do that. You know, I can't take away panic attacks. Like, I don't know how that's even a thing, but I can also go, while you're having them, you're not alone. You know, you have somebody that's
Exactly.
right here next to you. So I might not go through it with you, but I'm going through it with you. You know,
That's how I feel about Twitch. That's how I feel about my community. It's like I'm no one's savior. I'm no one's therapist, but I'm here.
yeah,
And even if I don't know exactly what you're going through, or you know maybe someone else knows kind of what you've gone through or are going through, you know, there's people that are just here for you and can just show you like a little bit of love and try to uplift you a little bit. And I agree with Calvo completely. I wish that for everyone to have someone that knows them and can help care for them. But sometimes you just don't. For like the longest time, you don't have someone like that. And you know, for those people, I really recommend communities like this one, where you can feel at home, you can feel not so alone. You know, and that
Agreed.
people would miss you. You know, if you're gone for a while. Like, I miss loads of people, you know what I mean? Like, when I see someone's name that I haven't seen in a while, I'll be like, oh my god, I missed you, like, hope you've been well, how's life, you know? So I hope that shows that, you know, we truly do try to love and care for everyone in here. We may not be able to fucking match you up with the partner or whatever, you know, this isn't lover host, but...
I mean, at the same time, you know, you are, and I try and do the same for my community. We're just one person, so
Absolutely.
we can't be there for every single person every single time.
Yep.
But that's the beauty of community. You know, you might not, but somebody else can. And if everybody's trying at some point or another to do that and help out, it creates a mesh, you know, a chainmail, you could say, where it's an armor that people can be there for each other and help out each other.
And there's different,
You know?
there's absolutely different levels of support. You know, being there
Right.
is one of them. Like, sometimes I give advice a lot, and maybe I should probably cut that out a bit, because ultimately, you know, it's up to the person to take action in whatever's happening in their life. You know, and it's probably a lot better to just be like, well, we're here for you. You know, if you want to talk about it, you know. It's an open talk space, you know. Just lay it out. See if anyone else has gone through this before. You know what I mean?
You're making me think right now, and I love it. Because there was somebody that I've DM'd over the past couple of months, you know, working through stuff, and I hit a point that I stopped offering the advice. I didn't do it intentionally. I just was sort of backing up because there wasn't a codependency, but there was becoming more of a lead than I wanted. And not as much like in a relation, but like in a, okay, help me with this and help me with this and help me with this, in business and emotion and everything else, right? And so I sort of, backed up to go, okay, I can't be, your manager. I can't, like, that. I have so much going on in my life that I can't take over what you're doing, because that would require more time than I'm willing to give. And the thing that I noticed that I really like, because what you just said, it hit me, that since then we've talked less, but when they do reach out, it's a more pointed question of, okay, what about this situation, instead of what it was becoming was will you do the whole thing? And I didn't even think about it. I just did it because I needed to. But what you just said just triggered that in my brain. Like, yeah. Offering the advice before it being asked, people will get used to it and then expect it, and then becomes that codependent, and without knowing it, that's what I was creating, trying to help. I had a mindset of trying to help, and I had thought I was going into it the right way. But even us that are over here trying to help people sometimes go about it the wrong way. So we're still learning.
Yeah, like there's people that I have helped before, and I just try to like I give them advice, but then I also follow up with like, hey, like I'm not an expert, and you should probably like seek your own therapist, and like, especially if they just keep coming back and back again. I just have to get better myself still at recognizing those patterns, you know what I mean? Like looking overall at the friendship, at the relationship, and it's just kind of like, is this a relationship? Is this a relationship I want to maintain that is maintainable? It's not really doing nothing for me. I'm really just like, if I'm just there for someone and just helping them constantly, like
it's a siphoning. They siphon out of you.
Yeah, it's draining. And it's like, listen, like, and it's rough because like I'm very blunt with how I am, especially through text. Yeah. And I'm just it's hard to have that conversation, but I will have it and be like, listen, I can't be. You can't come to me every single time you're feeling shitty. Because it. Hello? Everything okay?
Oh, what noise? Oh, no, I'm good. It's funny. She heard a noise, and I can see her probably about 25, 30 feet away through a couple of doors in the hallway into the living room. And she's checking on me. Did something fall? Are you okay? Sorry. It was random.
It's all right.
But I'm hearing exactly what you're saying. Like, and it's something like, especially, this is what I love about your Mental Health Mondays, is that it's not just, okay, everybody tune in because you're going to learn something. It's a discussion to where everybody's going to hopefully pick up a little something, including the person talking, including the person facilitating it, including the people listening. And I love that it isn't a TED Talk. We're like, okay, I'm an expert here. It's everybody talk and everybody picks something up and everybody learns something. And I love that. That's why I love your Mental Health Mondays so fucking much.
You're very sweet, Poch.
Dude, I do. Why do you think I come here so much? Like, I fucking love it. I mean, you're a great, wonderful, fantastic person. But what you created here with this is I've said it to you before, like, Twitch needs way fucking more of this. Yeah, not just Twitch, but like for this platform Twitch does. The world needs way more of this.
Which is why I put it on YouTube. Which is why I want to be the top mental health streamer someday.
There you go. Yeah.
I want to have, that's why I want to be biggest mental health streamer. Let's go.
Dude, do it.
We can make it happen together. And that's what You're the Waba's about, is just pushing myself to be in a mentality of being absolutely 100% okay with what I am able to put out. And telling people, hey, you want to see this community grow? All right, we got to do it together. I put out all this content. You start sharing it with people. Let's see what happens. Bring people in. Tell 5 friends. Have those 5 friends tell 5 friends. Fucking pyramid scheme this shit. Let's go.
Yep.
I believe in you.
Be the
Thank
most
you.
wholesome pyramid scheme ever created.
Wholesome pyramid scheme ever created. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Mental Health Monday is always something I look forward to. Aw, Calival, I'm so happy that you look forward to it. I truly fucking appreciate that. I really take it personally. Like, I take it personally in a good way, you know what I mean? Because Mental Health Monday was something I wanted to do from the very beginning. I wanted to do something with mental health. I was like, I have this whole degree. I'm probably not going to get my licensure, but I want to do something with it. I want to help people. And I hope that these help people, and I hope this helps move the discussions about mental health to be more open, because I don't want conversations to just truly be between me and my guests. I want them to be in chat. I want them to be outside of, the stream, outside of chat. You know what I mean? It's golden. I dare to say this is a safe space. This is a space that everyone feels safe to open up at some points. Probably not sharing in the chat, but open up their minds, so they deserve help and they're worthy. Yeah. I've actually moved away from saying that this is a safe space and just saying that it's an open talk space, because there's going to be things that might be triggering to folks, but I think it's still important to talk about that, and it's important to talk about those potentially triggering things. The boundary that I put up about that is just kind of like, if something like try to avoid like really gory details, say, so to speak, but I also have the vent channel, like the time and place kind of thing, read the room, but also at the same time, we're here for folks, and we try to be here for folks as much as possible. So, yeah, but thank you.
Hallelujah. Amen. Hallelujah. You know me. Amen. Hallelujah. All right. But you know what I mean? Like,
But
I'm
yeah,
agreeing with you. Like, I love everything you just said. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yes. And yes.
But what was I just on about before with... I lost it.
Well, I did want to, if you don't mind, you said something about, you may not do something, with your degree and with, what you're doing. And it, like, as soon as you said it, I was like a freaking kick in my pants, because I've said it and I say it now just in a blah, this is what I was doing, I was on track to get my doctorate in psychology, and then life happened. So now I do something differently. That actually, just speaking of anxiety and depression, I breeze over that now, because it's just, I've accepted it as a fact of life.
Mm-hmm.
I was depressed for years once I wasn't able to be in school. And I didn't know what to do with the knowledge that I had in my head and what I could do, because I couldn't go get a job without the piece of paper that said I am smart. So since I don't have that piece of paper to go into the field that I want to go into, did I just waste, 20 years of my life? Like, and I went through like real heavy depression, because I was like, I have all of this and I'm going to die with it, and there's nothing I can do about that. And what's really cool is that Twitch is opened up an avenue for me to be able to use what I have.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
it helped me feel less helpless in not being able to share, because I could help, and I don't even say help. I could talk to one person at a time outside of here, but I'd have to meet them. Whereas with Twitch, I can have 10 people, 20 people, 30 people, 40 people hearing what I have to say, and actually be able to use what I've learned, that I didn't get that, hey, your new name is Dr. freaking Plaque, but I can still use that information to possibly help somebody, to possibly give somebody that little bit of hope that we maybe didn't even know that they needed. And it's I'm not saying Twitch saved my life, but I'm just saying, like, the amount of depression that I haven't been in since I realized that I can do something like this has been significant.
I mean, I think it's safe to say that Twitch has kind of saved a lot of people's lives, especially during the pandemic. There was a giant flood of pandemic streamers, but also with that, a lot of pandemic communities, that have stick together through it. And I think that's fucking amazing. Like, the power of people is real, you know what I mean? So growing these communities is so important to me. And it's important to myself because, like, yeah, I want to be able to do this full time, but mostly I want to help more people. Really, that's what it's about.
Yes.
Help more people. Bring more people that need the help, need just like someone to tell them, like, hey, go talk to a therapist about this, or like, hey, go call the police about this. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like, we're not a crisis line, but like, shit, if that shit comes up, I'd be like, listen, here are resources. Go now. Bye. Like,
Yeah, we might not be able to fix everything, but damn it, that's not our job to fix everything.
right.
But we can direct people. We can be the one that, instead of just watching it happen, to go, hey, do something. Maybe that's what they needed. Maybe we didn't even know it's what they needed, but that's what they needed. Yeah, I love. I didn't even know what Twitch was. Really, like, I watched YouTube and people would talk about Twitch, but I didn't understand Twitch 3.5 years ago. I didn't. I was like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. I watch Twitch every so often, but I mean, what's my account age? I think it's let's see here. I made this account 2012, so that's like college.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, technically, I streamed before I started streaming. I streamed it precisely once to attempt to shoutcast a League of Legends match, which I
Nice.
completely flubbed up. At the time, I felt I was hot shit, but I kind of like was tripping on my words. And also, like, one team was just like so much better than the other team, so I wasn't like. Apparently, you're supposed to be like neutral when you're shoutcasting. But I was just like, they're getting trounced. They're completely fucking this up. Like, they're not CSing. They're doing nothing. They bought the wrong things. Like, and then
Ouch.
someone made like a response hate video about that, and I like told them, like, hey, can you take this down? Because, like, I know I was unexperienced. Like, chill.
Right.
It's just one game of League. Like, calm.
Yeah, I made my account without really knowing what I was doing. I was on my PlayStation, and you could set up an account on Twitch or something like that. I don't even think I went onto the computer when I set it up. But I was like, I'm going to be a Fortnite streamer.
That's funny. Your account created 2017.
Yeah, like, I didn't know what I was doing. I was like, I'm going to be a Fortnite video game guy. It may have even been Need for Speed back in the day on Xbox. I don't remember exactly which game it was now that I think about it. But I didn't know what I was doing. It just popped up on my thing, and I was like, okay, I'll make the account. I'd never actually gone on Twitch and watched a stream until about 3.5 years ago. Like, I'd watched YouTube videos of it. People are like, here's their Twitch stream on YouTube. But I'd never actually gone to twitch.tv until a couple of years ago. So I was on Twitch years before I actually ever was on Twitch.
Hey, I'm gonna take a moment here because it's 9:30 and Frankie is still not home. So I'm gonna give Frankie a call.
Okay.
So feel free to talk about something.
Hey, Star, I know exactly what we should talk about.
Hmm.
The gloriousness that we're about to cook.
Frachos.
Yeah, buddy. Some waffle fries with some ground beef and taco seasoning, melted cheese, a little bit of diced tomatoes on it.
We have some lettuce too.
Ooh.
What
This
else
is going to
do we
be
have?
glorious.
We don't have salsa or.
We have sour cream.
How good is the sour cream?
It's edible.
We have guac though.
Oh yeah, Cypress. What I was going to school for, I started off with a basic psychology degree. Just I wanted to be, basically into psychology. once I really, really narrowed down what my passion was in it, I was actually headed to Claremont University. It's in northern Los Angeles, just a little bit northeast of Los Angeles, because they had a positive psychology doctorate program.
Oh, that's awesome.
And that was where I was headed.
I love positive psych.
Yeah, that was, like, I love psych. But then I really, once I read, oh goodness, what was it's called, the title of the book is Positive Psychology, but I'm trying to remember the lady's name. And I found it at the library. I would go to the I can't tell you how many hours upon months upon years I've spent just in the library. It's free education. But I'd walk in and I would go to the psychology section and go, I'm reading that. And I had picked one up called Positive Psychology, and I was like, oh, okay, like, we'll see if this is the super hippie, doesn't really work. And halfway through the book, I was like, this is what I want to do. And the reason why, if it wasn't for the fact that she didn't know me, I would have said she fucking stole it from me. But her premise to the book was something that I had said to people so many times, not quite word for word, but pretty damn close, on how you can achieve certain things. And I think we may have talked about this before, Waba, where my concept and idea of going into counseling was you actually got kind of like going in because you knew you were going to talk about bad things, so you now associated counseling with a bad feeling or a bad situation. And what I always said is, why don't you start off talking about what that person has succeeded at in their life? Anything. I don't care if it's, I succeeded at tying my shoes. Fuck it, we're going with tying your shoes, right? Yeah. We're going to find something you succeeded at in life. We're going to work backwards, like reverse engineering, and then see if we can apply some of those things to stuff that you've had a hard time achieving in life. And see if we can work in a positive way to, and it won't work for everything, but for some things to overcome, to work through, to understand whatever it is that you need to do in that situation. But they're going into it with a mindset that they have already completed something instead of looking at a daunting task that they've never been able to complete. So in my idea, my concept was that if you already felt like you could achieve, you could get to your goal here, why couldn't you here? Let's apply those things so that we can, and then break through, work through, and it wouldn't work for everything. I'm not saying it was a cure-all.
This sounds like this just sounds like the groundwork for positive psychology.
And I had never really touched positive psychology before, but that was my mindset when I first read this book, titled Positive Psychology. She said almost the same thing, and I was like, son of a bitch, that's exactly what I've been saying. That's exactly how I've been approaching it for the past 4 or 5 years. And I had actually started writing a freaking book on that concept, which I didn't eventually finish because I'm like, she already freaking wrote it.
You could still write it, honestly.
Yeah,
I think more people would read it, you know what I mean?
I probably could have, maybe one day I will, because I still enjoy writing. But it was like, that was when I actually could put a name on what I wanted to go to school for. That was when I could actually go, oh, there's an actual, like, positive psychology degree that I can get instead of a generalized psych or, whatever.
Yeah,
but that was,
have that degree for me, but, like, that's still pretty awesome. Also,
there's very few colleges that actually have that degree. That's why I chose Claremont.
Imagine. Frankie update. Frankie called me back. They're leaving the store now, so they'll be home in like 10 minutes.
Okay.
And I'm gonna give them like the biggest hug when they get home. Also, why do you have to be talking about food? I'm hungry enough as it is. Goddamn. Fucking hell.
Ugh. Just real quick, speaking of positive psychology, it's probably still on YouTube unless they ripped it off.
Yeah.
There's oh goodness, all these names are leaving my brain right now. But there's a guy at Harvard.
Teacher? No, it's not my teacher.
He's a dude at Harvard that started. He's a known, in the psychology world, but he he already taught at Harvard, and he wanted to try a positive psych. So they gave him like this tiny little class and said, "Okay, go for it." And then it became one of the fastest growing psychology courses at Harvard itself. So now he has the whole auditorium. But the cool part about it is that somebody sat there with the camcorder and recorded the entire semester of him teaching positive psych, and it's on YouTube. So
it is definitely still on YouTube because I remember watching that myself.
I loved it. You don't get credit for it. You don't get to hand in your paper, but the information I loved it.
Positive Psychology, Harvard, open course. And there's subtitles in Chinese.
Yes, that is exactly it. Yes.
Found it. Yeah, each video is like an hour, 17 minutes long, hour 20. Yep.
I went through that whole thing. It was worth it. Oh my goodness, it was worth it. But there was Harvard has the positive psych, Claremont University has the positive psych, and I think there was maybe like one other one, and that was like when I was looking for where I wanted to go to school, it was either East Coast or West Coast, and that's really what made my decision for me. Is I was like, I'm a West Coast person. That's why when I found Claremont, I was like, I grew up in Long Beach, might as well go towards my hometown and get the degree I want. I mean, I wouldn't be upset to have a degree from Harvard, but I was pushing my luck into it. I heard the school's expensive. That's what I heard.
Yeah, school is expensive in general.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know what's the best thing about positive psychology? It's not toxic positivity.
Right.
Because I think a lot of people might see that and automatically associate with toxic positivity.
Yep.
But it's really not about that. It's really more just kind of like trying to get people to point out to themselves, like here's a good question. Chat. Sorry, chat. I know you're busy lurking, but if you'd like to chat, you can right now to answer this question. Tell me one thing that you like about yourself.
I love that question so much.
Because I think we can name like 1,000,005 things we don't like about ourselves. And I've assigned this as homework before, although I probably shouldn't do that. But I've assigned this as homework before. It's just like, try telling yourself one positive thing about yourself every single day for a week. And then come back with results.
I challenge people just to look into the mirror in the morning and say, I like you.
Erect. Yeah. Yeah, look in the mirror and compliment yourself. That's a hard one.
It's tough, dude.
When
you're so used to going, I'm a piece of shit, I'm never good enough, I'm not as good as this guy's better, this girl's better, whatever. Like, you're so used to doing that. There's always somebody better, always somebody can do more, always somebody that's got a gold medal and you only have a silver, whatever.
Right.
Like, those things are there. They've been there your whole life to go, yeah, I like you. You're pretty awesome. I started, I don't know if this will help anybody else, but this is what got me able to look in the mirror and compliment myself. And I started as a joke, and now I'm dead ass serious. I looked in the mirror and said, yeah, I'd date you. Think about it. You want the person that you date to be this great person.
Absolutely.
I used to look in the mirror, I'd date you, and then it became serious. Like, no, I'd fucking date you. But it took a minute, and it took a joke, but that's when we get the bombardment of you're not good enough. Telling yourself that you are good is for me really tough, and I don't think I'm alone.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone either. I sometimes when I look in the mirror, the best compliment that I usually give myself is like, I look goofy, but I mean this in like the most positive way. Like I think I'm funny. I think I'm fucking hilarious. I think I can make the best faces if I try it out.
It's awesome though.
It's
awesome.
I think for me, One good thing that I can say about myself is that I don't hate myself. I don't dislike myself. But on the other hand, I don't necessarily like myself either. So I'm kind of indifferent. But that's a long, long way from where I came from because I used to hate myself. So
I'm still trying to work on her seeing her the way I do, which is fucking glorious human being.
Yeah, that's also true, Calivo. From a cultural perspective, some cultures really kind of shame you when you say that you're good at
Yeah.
something because it's seen as
Yeah.
arrogant. Although, I also find that some of those cultures are paradoxical because it's like, it's okay if like an older guy talks himself up and says he's great and wonderful and look at all these cool things he's done for you and the family. But when anyone else does it, get fucked. You're arrogant. I like you like your empathy and your eyes. I love that. Yes. I like that I understand the why to problems and try to understand everyone's point of view. If anyone disagree, yeah. Wrecked. I like that when I'm loyal to friends, I can forgive people or I can admit when I'm wrong and make things right. I don't let pride get in the way of losing people. I feel that,
Nice.
Wrecked. We've had disagreements on that point exactly, actually, Wrecked. You know.
they have
But
pink. Sorry.
I'm glad that you're able to keep connections in that way. That's awesome. Very hierarchical. Yes, they have it in pink. Yeah, I actually used to own these gloves, or very something similar.
Yeah, I just got really excited all of a sudden because they had. Well, it says it's khaki, but it's pink. Yeah, that's pink.
Sure, you could literally find them in hot pink as well.
Oh, I'm sure I probably could.
Oh yeah, especially if you're the youngest, then you're just like a young little whelp who's full of themselves. You know what I mean?
I have like such an ironic like mentality when it comes to that because you can ask Potch. He says all the time that I have only child syndrome because my dad raised me by myself, but I actually have a biological brother and sister. I have siblings, but my mother had my siblings and my father had me. They split us all up. So I grew up with just my dad, and my brother and sister grew up with their mom. And I have only child syndrome, even though I have siblings. Kind of ironic.
That is pretty ironic, isn't it? Actually, I wanted to ask you something more, Star.
Okay.
I remembered what I was going to ask you. When you have an anxiety attack, there's like 7 questions I want to ask you from that. What does it physically feel like, and like mentally, what's happening, if anything?
Mentally, most of the time, because I have ADHD, and this is going to kind of give you a perspective on how I feel about what I'm thinking, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Because I have ADHD, I constantly have thoughts going through my head. Like, it does not quiet. Not even when I sleep. It just doesn't stop. And it's like having nagging voices all the time. When I'm going into a panic attack, everything shuts up except for you're gonna die. That is the only thought that'll go through my head, or whatever the worst case scenario of whatever situation is will go through my head. Like, I pissed off Potch this morning, so he doesn't love me anymore. He's gonna leave me. 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 And that's all I'll think of. And it triggers in my brain that fear response of, fight or flight or freeze, because that's also a fear response.
Yes,
and most of the time I'm a flight person. I run.
There's actually like 6, by the way, to that.
Yeah, no, there's a
It's
ton.
fight, flight, freeze, stance, submit. Yeah, I think that's it, actually. Fight, flight, freeze, stance, submit. I think that's actually it. Yeah, there's 5. Never mind, not 6. I'll look it up again. But go off. So on. Sorry, go on.
Anyway, I'm a runner, and I'll run to the bedroom and I'll hide in the bathroom, in the bathtub, and I'll close the shower curtain, or I will actually crawl underneath our bed, and I will like lay underneath our bed. Or if I'm in the office, I'll hide under the desk, or if I'm in my office, I'll just go outside. Because at least when I'm outside, I've removed myself from wherever I was when the whole situation started. But then it'll feel physically like someone is choking me. And not on the sides of my neck, only in the middle. And it'll feel like someone's just pushing into my neck into my spine. And then I'll have my lungs will feel like either an elephant is sitting on it, or like they've filled up with water and I can't breathe. And then my heart will be beating so hard on my chest that I can hear it in my ears. And like I'll just sit there shaking or rocking back and forth or picking at my hands because I don't know what to do with this overwhelming pressure that I have like in my torso. And then I'll either go through my grounding stuff to try and make it so that I can breathe again, because I will have a lot of like just inhales, and you'll audibly hear me just like stop breathing and then all of a sudden inhale real quick. So I'll either try to do the grounding, or I will take myself outside and I'll go, since weed is legal here, I'll go smoke a bowl and just take that 30 seconds for me to just bring everything back down to a point where I can manage it, and remember to go to my medicine box and get my pills and take an anxiety pill. So
there's a big mix of that physical and the mental thoughts. What helps you stop it? Is it I'm guessing you have some sort of medication?
Yeah, I mean, I've got marijuana. I've got medication. I take propranolol, which is really strong.
Which is that an immediate? I forgot.
No, that one's more of it still has to go through the digestive system.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But I do take it 3 times a day already, so that I constantly have it in my system, so that if I start having that anxiety attack and I can feel myself doing the things that I do when I start getting triggered into it, then I can try to go get the medication if I can catch it fast enough.
Do you take something else that's like an immediate, like a either like a I forgot what class of drugs Benadryl's in, but
no.
I forgot. What's that? Like an antihistamine, or a what is the Xanax? There we go. Brain worked.
No, Xanax would have counteracted the Cymbalta that I'm on.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah, it was gonna have like some pretty nasty side effects to the drug interaction, and then
That makes sense.
The antihistamines, I can't take Benadryl because it literally makes me fall asleep no matter
that's
what.
kind of the point. But yeah.
And then I already take like
there's other antihistamines, by the way, out there. My friend no, but really my friend who had a lot of anxiety was given something in that vein of like a antihistamine type ish.
Yeah. We figured out a while ago that the antihistamines didn't work the way we needed them to, so
that's fair.
Yeah. It helped with the allergies.
I'm sure.
But
speaking of which, I found an article on it, and it has one extra that I didn't have, but it doesn't have stance. But it's more about trauma responses, which is fight, flight, freeze, flop, or fawn. Flop is just you pass the fuck out, pretty much. Fawn is the same as submit or be a friend to. I still would like to say stance is a stance. Stance would be like you're literally gesturing to basically like back off, or like you're gesturing. It's like the pre-response. It's not fight because you're not fighting yet, and it's not necessarily flee yet, but it's like the pre to any of these other ones, I feel. So I like stance. I do say so. Do you want a Nero? Do you want a hug?
Honestly, not at the moment.
Okay. I love you.
I love you too.
Frankie's home. I will talk to my people. Hello, my people. My people. Welcome back.
People. Yay! Hi, Frankie.
Welcome back to Stardew Valley. Oh god. Sorry. There's a streamer called Unspeakable H, I think, who I very much love. They're a YouTuber. They do a lot of Stardew stuff. If one of you is messaging me right now, I can't see it except right now. Nero is on my desk eating my barbecue sauce. Great. Love that for me. So what pulls you out of that is the medication and what else? Sorry. Refresh.
The smoking, which I am not the kind of person that usually just will sit and chief it up so I can get high.
Fair enough.
I don't necessarily enjoy being stoned. I just like that it fixes my brain, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Have you ever
And then sometimes Poch pulls me out of it. He'll come and sit with me and just be like, hey, you're good. Things are okay. And then the cat. The cat always helps. Cats always help.
Yeah.
Get a cat.
My cat is catting right now.
My cat is on the back of the couch.
It is something. My cat is doing something right now. It's doing the absolute most.
No, your cat's sleeping. Or trying to sleep, Star. Nope, she's no longer sleeping.
Wait, Minnie, you have a bunny? Asta showed off his new bunny today, named Snowball.
Bunnies.
Yeah.
Hey, bunnies will help too. Bunnies, dogs, cats. Just get an animal. Preferably one that's furry and you can cuddle.
Mine is a void. I've cried into Nero a lot. He doesn't seem to mind. You have 3, we have 4.
Just the way you said it.
Yeah. What's your
funny.
question about medication? My answer is probably going to be talk to a doctor / get a second opinion. I'm going to be honest. Because we're not doctors, so we can't technically answer questions about medication in any kind of medical or way. Just legal disclaimer out there. Which I suppose which my intro covers as well. Legal disclaimer, I'm not your therapist. And then this is not a substitute for therapy. Yes, go on, sorry.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Biggest thing to say about medications is they absolutely get a second opinion, because one doctor might have an idea of what they think is the best. Doesn't mean that it is always the best. So absolutely get second opinions. There's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, that's a good question, though. Do you feel like you're not yourself when you're on medication?
No, actually, because I went through the process of finding the medications that worked for me, which,
right, exactly.
Mind you, keep in mind, when you start taking medications, there are going to be some that make you not feel like yourself and not feel okay. And it's okay to tell your doctor, hey, this doesn't work for me because it makes me feel like this. Like, do not be afraid to talk to your doctor about it. And this is actually coming from a nurse. because I did go to medical school. Do not be afraid to talk about how things make you feel.
Yeah.
My medication, because I went through the process of finding the one that worked the best for me, makes me feel more like myself than I used to. Because it works in multiple ways for me. It helps me with my ADHD symptoms. It helps me with my PTSD symptoms. It helps me with my anxiety and my depression, all encompassed into one medication. But it took almost a year and a half of going through different medications to find the ones that worked for me the best. So it's going to be one of those things where you're going to have to try a lot of medications to make sure that you find the one that works the best for you.
You could possibly have to try multiple
Possibly.
medications.
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it's a guarantee, but you could find it on the first one, or it could take 7.
And if you find it on the first one, man, kudos to you.
Yeah, shit, that's awesome. Like, I mean, usually how that works is that like they'll give you the thing that works like a generic one that like works for like most people, but like not everyone. So don't feel shamed because like one medication doesn't work for you. You know, as long as you have if you feel like you can have an open dialogue with your doctor, you have the right doctor. But if you don't feel like you can have an open dialogue with the doctor, or your needs are never really being met, get a different doctor. Like, ask for a different doctor. Or if you can't get a different doctor, legally, at least in the United States, they're legally required to provide you with an advocate to come with you on your doctor's appointments and advocate for you. Something that really helps us, and this helps other people, is to write down, like put a note in your phone and bring that note out during your doctor's visit. So when you actually get to talk to your doctor, because you only have like 10-15 minutes to actually talk to your doctor, to address those issues and like make sure they actually address those issues or have some sort of plan that you can both agree to. Because there's been too many times when people in this chat in particular have said, you know, doctor, man, too scary. And I'm like, okay, well, what's more important? Feeling a little uncomfortable for 10-15 minutes to assert yourself and say, these are my needs and I need them to be met, or literally living the rest of your life in pain and suffering, you know?
Or if you don't feel comfortable actually speaking to them and saying it out
getting that
loud,
advocate,
hand them a
writing it down.
paper.
Hand them paper, like write a note about it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you have that there. You might. There might be health advocates. I don't know every single country's laws regarding that. But yeah. Regarding medications as like a masking tool, I mean, I feel like that point of view often comes from a place of misunderstanding what the point of medication is. Oftentimes the point of medication obviously depends on what it's for, but the point of medication, it's not a crutch necessarily. It's more just like, I'm trying to be at equal with other folks. I'm trying to be at a functional level, you know? Like with painkillers, for instance, if you're on painkillers for a very, very long time, people might look at you in a certain way, in a certain light, because they're like, oh, well, you're just using that as a crutch. You know, it's just like, all right, would you tell someone who is literally wheelchair bound for life, take away your wheelchair? What are you doing? That's just a crutch. You know, you don't need that. Like, that's what you're doing when you're saying, oh, they don't need that medication. It's just a crutch. You know, it's just a mask. Maybe they do need that medication, though. You know, you don't know their life. You don't know what's happening with them. So I think it's better to be understanding and just mind your own fucking business, really, when it comes to that. And if people take medication, that's their business, right? You care about your own health.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of people who are like me who, before they got themselves into a place where they could take
Yeah.
medications and stuff,
Crutches
they
are also
weren't
needed.
functional.
Like, how is this a bad thing? If you break your leg,
Yeah, if you break your leg, you need a crutches, you need a cast, Like,
no one
why are we
expects
shaming
you
people for something that they might
to
need?
hop around or crawl everywhere, you know,
Right.
because you broke your leg. Well,
Yeah.
you're using it as a crutch. It's a fucking crutch.
And again,
A medically
I
necessary
see you,
device.
Poch. Please keep holding on to it. I'm sorry, I
I
have so
will.
much
No,
to
no,
go
no.
off to.
Go,
Um,
go.
uh, you know, when it comes to that kind of statistic, that statistic says one thing on its face value, but reading between the lines, I see that statistic as actually saying that's the percentage of people that aren't comfortable with having open conversations with their doctors, or that their doctors don't have open conversations with them, vice versa. I'm putting a lot of responsibility on the patient, but really we should be putting more responsibility on the doctors to open up
Mm-hmm.
that conversation and to allow a conversation, an actual conversation back and forth to happen and to occur so that, you can reach your medical goals together. You know what I mean? Um, you know, if you say, "Hey doc, I'm taking this and I really don't feel like myself. I noticed these things about me," or like these are things that other people have noticed about me. This is actually a really good tip. If you get on a new medication and you have friends, and obviously I hope that your friends are like comfortable with talking to you about stuff, ask them like, "Hey, if I start changing, if I start like acting a certain way differently, can you please like write it down and let me know what's going on?"
That's a good call.
Because that way then I can bring that to my doctor in 30, 60 days, whenever my next follow-up is. Because usually when you're on new medication, especially when it comes to like not necessarily controls, but any kind of like antidepressants, anti-anxiety, they'll do a follow-up after like 30 days or 60 days to see,
Mm-hmm.
okay, how are you feeling? Is this working for you? Is it not? They should schedule that follow-up. Zyprus, when my son was taking ADHD meds as a younger child, they made him really emotional. And he said it slowed his mind enough to think about all the things he was doing wrong. He started to lose weight. I took him off them, but I did notice he changed a bit on them. Yeah, I mean, that's what ADHD medication is supposed to do to someone who has ADHD. It helps slow you down so that you can think and that you can process things. But if it made him really emotional and he was thinking in a very, very negative way, maybe at that point they should have applied something like CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, of like, okay, where are these thoughts coming from? What's going on? Why are you so down on yourself? You know, um, or what's going on that's making you feel down on yourself? But all the same, good on you, Zypress, for taking your kid off meds, because obviously he was having some sort of negative effect, and it could delay a lot more than just something like, oh, just CBT, because I feel a lot of people say, oh, CBT it away, and I'm like, well, that doesn't work for everyone. I'm just saying it
Mm-mm.
now because it's like that's the thing that I thought of initially, but that's also the problem as well, is that I thought of that initially, but really the truth of the matter might be, okay, maybe these meds aren't the right ones for him, that it's slowing him down too much. You know what I mean? Okay, Poch, go for it.
Just when we're talking about the being on medication, and you were saying how it can make someone feel. I hate using the word normal, but you know what I mean. Like other people may. So, like on an average, what I don't think people totally grasp that don't go through it. And this is the big thing: the people that don't go through it have a harder time understanding. Doesn't mean they can't; they just have a harder time understanding. Is that when you're constantly being beat up by something, especially something nobody can see, it's nice to feel like you're not being beat up every once in a while, because that affects you in different ways that it doesn't affect somebody else. To put it to a more physical standpoint, like I was on a Percocet for a long time, for 10 plus years. Actually they still give it to me every now and then, but people are like, oh, you just, you're like getting high and doing that drug. And I'm like, well, listen, I wouldn't take it for 3 months. And the amount of physical pain that I would be in, I would start noticing myself slipping into a state of depression because I would wake up in pain. I would go to sleep in pain. I knew that all I had to look forward to tomorrow, no matter what I was doing, even if I was going to Disneyland, the happiest place on earth, is that I was going to be there in pain. There was going to be a negative something attached to whatever I was doing. I could win the Powerball of $400 million in pain. No matter what, it was still going to be there. So being able to take any kind of medication, whether it was that one or a different one, that can alleviate some of that pain, and that's a physical. With some of the psych meds, it can alleviate some of the thoughts going through your head and the things that you're feeling that people don't totally see, that they don't realize. You wake up knowing that you're going to be anxious all day, or you're going to be, XYZ all day long. That affects you more than just the little thing that they maybe have pigeonholed you into. It can not really affect you for, say, 6 months, but after 6 months of knowing you're going to wake up in that shitty state, it adds on other things. So I personally, if someone can find medication that will even help mask the issue I'm not going to get mad at them, because I'm not going to sit and go, well, you should just suck it up and deal with it, when I haven't had to suck it up and deal with it. If I haven't had to deal with anxiety every single day, who am I to tell somebody, no, you shouldn't smoke weed, because even though it helps with your anxiety, I don't think you should do it. Yeah, I need to shut the fuck up.
You're and going to hell in a handbasket because you're smoking.
You're smoking the devil's lettuce. No, I need to shut the fuck up and go, hey, if I went through that, what's the joke that if men had to give birth, then they would live with an epidural, something like that. You don't say don't do this if you've never done it. If you've never had to go through it, shut up. Just understand that person is going through more than what the basic textbook says they're going through. There's always added things and side effects of what is happening to them that are hard to understand if you haven't gone through it yourself. So when someone says that they need to take meds because of bipolar, because of anxiety, because of ADHD, the way I look at it is, as long as you find something that works for you, something that helps you through what you need to get help through, and it's not something that's going to hurt you, then do it. If it sucks to say you have to be on medication your whole life, but if that's what's going to help you wake up every day and do what you need to do, fucking do it. And anybody that gets on people for that, they can kiss my ass. No. You don't know what they're going through. Shut up. Sit down. Just let them deal with their life.
Yeah. I mean, literally just the mind your fucking business.
Right. Right.
Vox,
There's a show about it, or what do they do? A little commercial. Skit? Yeah, I fucking love that. That is exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah. Right there.
I almost got DMCA'd for showing that on stream, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Wait.
It's copyrighted, apparently. That whole skit is copyrighted.
Is it through a major TV show or something? I don't even know.
Yeah, it was from SNL, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah.
Just Fox Pop, thank you so much for the raid. Fucking huge raid. Thank you so much, raid. Just welcome in, Mental Health Talk Place. Great Safe Space. This is Mental Health Monday. We're having a interview discussion. This is more of a discussion less than an interview. So feel free to chime in with any questions you have to our two lovely guests here. And feel free to commentate on what we're talking about. We were talking about medications. We're talking about depression, anxiety, mood disorders in general. We're talking specifically on medications, efficacy, all that kind of stuff. And Hannah, thank you so much for the follow. Hello, Hannah. We finally meet. We loves you.
Rawr.
Rawr.
That's for Hannah. Rawr. That's how you say I love you in Dinosaur.
Yep.
It's true. All right, Ghost Star, you had your hand up for a while.
Yeah, I usually just let Pachi finish. It may be long-winded, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't breathe through most of it, but, I just let him finish.
Nope.
Are you talking about me? You could talk about me like that. No, that's me.
Okay.
That's why me and Waba get along so well. We both do it.
They'll just talk endlessly and don't take a breath.
I'm usually pretty quiet and just listen. But anyway, No, what I was going to say about the efficacy of medications is that there's probably not going to be much of information as far as what their efficacy is, because it's different for every single person. Every person has a different body chemistry, so it's going to be a different situation for every single person. It's not going to be the same, and there are no streamline, this is going to work for this person and this person. It doesn't work that way. So that's kind of what I was wanting to say.
And then on the other hand, if you look at any particular bulk of, peer-reviewed, published research, the fucking pinnacle of research that we should base everything on, you might find some studies on like medications, like the fucking whatchamacallit, the what is it? Not the FCC. The Food and Drug Administration. There we go. The FDA has to review every single medication before it gets approved, right? So there is technically efficacy data out there, theoretically, but a lot of times,
it's a blanket, is
yes,
what it is.
It is a blanket, A of all, and B of all, the bulk of psychology research, and I imagine the bulk of all research by extension, unfortunately, tends to be very white, very male. Not always, but generally that's probably a pretty fucking accurate statement to make. Unless they're specifically going for, let's see how, female black folks react to XYZ medication. So unless they're looking for it, they usually just go by availability bias, which is to say the majority. So you get majority, and they call that, okay, we got enough people, we've polled enough people, that, counts as the population. It's fine. You know what I mean?
And also, when you think of how many they polled compared to how many people may be on this planet at one time, it's a huge difference. So it's all statistics, and I get
statistics is it can be biased, and statistics is flawed
right.
innately.
And I get that, they have to go by something. Like, I understand, I get that. But one thing I learned in my statistics class is that most statistics are full of shit because they're such a small, specific pool that they don't go for the broad generalization, which they would have to do many, many more people from many, many more areas.
So there's like, ironically, there's like a science of like, what's your target population, and then what's like a potential ethically and ethically designed poll. Like, how many people would you have to poll to get an accurate, like how accurate would your results be? And like they have all these like different various variables. What's your P? What's your fucking? I forgot all my stat.
Yes.
Things.
I know what you're talking about.
What's your alpha? What's your alpha coefficient? What's your B or whatever? What's your beta coefficient?
God, yeah.
Oh, your population. You're trying to generalize this to 100,000 people. Okay, how many people do you have in your study? 500. Okay, so we're going to calculate these things, and then we're gonna find like your study could probably, you're gonna have a p-value of point whatever and below this number, and it just means like, okay, your study is probably gonna is representative of only like 0.0001% of the whole population, which you could probably generalize to 76% of the population. We'll relate to the statistic. So you're welcome. Good job. You can be lazy now and only poll 500 people as opposed to 5,000 people. You know what I mean? And like your P goes up as you poll more people, obviously, right? But
my biggest problem with statistics and why I don't trust statistics is because you cannot rely on and this could potentially be my general distrust of the vast majority of people, but you can't rely on people to be honest. So even if they are telling you the side effects or whatever that they're having to medications, you can't rely that they're being 100% honest to you about every single thing that they're having. And that it just doesn't work that way. And that's why I keep trying to advocate like strongly with just try the medication. You just gotta
try yourself and see what works
for you, then it works for you.
Yeah. Controversial or conversely, people might be entirely too truthful. So especially when it comes to like FDA approved medications, if someone died, not due to necessarily the medication, but if they died while during the trial, and that happens all the time, then they have to put down side effects may include death.
Yep.
Like if you experience anything at all, you're supposed to report it. So it's like people like eat like 17 bean beef burritos and then take their trial of Cymbalta, and then they report that they have, you know, super diarrhea. You have to report that Cymbalta might cause extreme diarrhea. You know?
It's true, though.
It's true.
It's true.
It's sad but true.
Yeah.
It's funny but true. Yeah.
Even though it was a side effect of the 17B burritos.
My favorite statistic is, did you know that 69.442% of all statistics are made up on the spot?
Yeah.
It's true. You look it up. 69.420%. Let's go.
So one of my favorite was a medication for cancer, like to get rid of the symptoms of cancer, and one of the side effects was cancer, and I was like, how does this work?
Side effects of drug to get rid of cancer might be more cancer.
So you can either double up or double down, one or the other. You know, that's one thing I loved about the Milgram's experiment, because they tried to say it was such a horrible thing. And other people, you know, whoever has their, if you know it, if you have your feelings about it, I loved it personally because it slightly removed the liar aspect of it. Because they were lying to them while doing the experiment. Well, or withholding. I don't know if it was lying, but withholding. The Milgram, where they had a person that was getting shocked, and then the person was, you know, shocking them for getting the answer wrong.
So fucked.
It was fucked. It was totally fucked. But in my opinion, that was the only way to get the actual data they were looking for. Because there was nobody actually getting shocked. It was an actor.
And I hate it, but it fucking caused them, they caused the entire fucking, like, field of psychology to be like, maybe we should think about the ethics of lying to our test subjects here.
But see, that was, like, okay, so when Star was saying about how some people will lie about stuff, right?
Yeah.
When I saw the Milgrams, I can see the arguments for it being not ethical. I totally get that. They lied to them and said, you are shocking this person to death. They even had the person in the room get quiet after they hit them with the lethal shocking. That person thought they just fucking killed someone that was a normal Joe off the street. Like, I know that what they did messed with people, and that's not cool. That I don't agree with. But they 100%, well, in my eyes, proved the point that they were trying to prove, and they got the data that they were trying to get without a fakeness to it. Like, it was, they got real raw data, which essentially was that Germans don't have an evil gene. I mean, basically, that's what it was, is that there's humans that don't have an evil gene. But that like, in my psychology class when we discussed the Milgram's experiment, it was a fairly heated debate, and it was most of the class against me. And it wasn't that I loved that, you know, they lied to them, but to me, I was like, they got real raw data. They got an answer that they wouldn't have gotten had the person known what was really going on, you know. And so while I don't say, yeah, lie to everybody about stuff, I understand sometimes you have to withhold to be able to get an honest truth out of people, because if not, they're going to tell you what they think you want to hear, what they believe, instead of what's actually going on. And that's another reason why statistics and data and experiments, you got to take them all with a grain of salt. Hey, Mickey.
Hi, Maki. We love you. Yeah. Yeah, fucking literally raise questions. Milgrams is like a fucking wild experiment to think about. That one and oh god, what is it called? The prison experiment? What was it?
Oh, dude. Yeah. The one where they had two sets of people. They gave
Stanford
one.
prison. Yep.
Yeah.
Stanford prison experiment is exactly what it's called.
Dude, that experiment was brutal.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean,
Uh,
you know what the other one? You know what the one I like that is actually like a little bit more ethical, but still like really fucking like shows that like people have the capacity for fucking evil, is the brown eye blue eye experiment.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Dude. Dude. Yeah.
By Jane motherfucking Elliott. What a boss. I love
Dude.
her. I love her.
Dude, she commanded authority like she was 17 feet tall. Like I love that. Like the way that she held herself was just beautiful to me.
She's still alive too, I'm pretty sure.
Is she? Dude, I hope she lives forever.
Yeah. That's an NPR article from 2020.
Okay.
Still alive? Fuck yeah, she is. She's 88. She's never gonna die.
Yeah.
Love this bitch.
No, man.
Yeah, that's like there's experiments that have happened that they've done that I'm just like
Betty White
brutal,
died
but
so
were
we can be absolved of
necessary.
our sins. Don't you dare fucking...
I'm just saying, you can't say that about someone else. Oh, they'll never die. Like, Betty White died. Anything is possible.
No, Betty White did not die.
Betty White
They
didn't
took her
die, she
to
ascended.
a government facility.
Yeah, she ascended.
Betty White's hanging out with Tupac, bro.
Yeah.
And Elvis.
Michael
Yeah, she
Jackson.
just went back to Jupiter with Elvis. It's fine.
Jupiter. How famous do I need to get to be able to move to Jupiter instead of dying?
Be from Jupiter. But yeah, if you don't know, the blue eye, brown eye experiment was basically an experiment in racism and teaching each group to basically be in groups and kind of like be discriminatory towards the other group just based on their eye color, and to like teach them to say certain things and call them like blueies or brownies or whatever, you know. And all this like hateful language was indoctrinated in like a little small lesson. And yeah, it's a wild fucking experiment, but like it is very.
What was
very
a trip
telling.
to me about that one was
Yeah.
the amount of people that were Caucasian,
Yep.
but were now on the hated side.
Yep.
They got very irate, like, how dare you? And the first thing that I thought was, when the fuck did you do that for someone that was actually brown skinned? When the fuck did you get that irate when someone was getting treated like shit right in front of you
Mm-hmm.
with someone with brown skin? But,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not saying none of them did, but
God.
I bet you they didn't get that irate as they did when, how dare you treat me like this?
Yep. Oh my God. The documentary that they showed us about that as well, there is this one girl who was just like so like humph, like so upset and when poor me, and I'm fucking rich and white and I can't believe it. Like you can't treat us like this. And Jane's like, that's the fucking point, dipshit. Like,
Right?
black people get treated like this shit every single fucking day, and you're crying and whining about being treated like this for 20 minutes. Please.
She was so worried about how she was treated at that point that she couldn't even focus on the fact that we've been treated like this for this long.
You missed the fucking point. Yes, Star.
So I was a certified medical assistant, but lost my certification just because I didn't feel like renewing it. But that's besides the point. I went to a very small college in South Texas, if that tells you anything about where I was. And the people that I went to school with were so beyond being racist that it was disgusting. Like, it was so disgusting. People would drive around with their Confederate flags flying out of their cars, would have tattoos of it. and it was N-word this and N-word that. And there was a few, people of color that went to the school with me. And I actually ended up getting offered a job at this school because there was a group of girls that were picking on a couple of the other, brown-skinned people in the school. And I had the inside knowledge from somebody that I knew that was a teacher that the person or the cadaver, well, it wasn't really a cadaver, it was the skeleton that we had in our classroom that had all of the organs where they were supposed to be and blah blah blah. I know you've probably seen those before, but was of African descent. And none of the other students knew this because I was a curious person and asked about it, and none of them had. And I hadn't told anybody. So I had that knowledge, and I said, well, I have a question. Do you like the skeleton here? And they're like, what do you mean? And I said, do you like the skeleton? And they said, yeah, it's a really nice skeleton. Looks like a really nice white lady with blue eyes and blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, they're black.
What the fuck?
I said, they're black. They were originally black. And you're sitting here and you're like, oh, I love this thing, but I'm making fun of all these people. And I said, well, their organs are all in the same place, right? And they're like, well, yeah. And I said, then what makes the difference on what color their skin is? Everything on the inside of their body is the exact same as yours. So why does it matter what color their skin is? So what? They're a little bit darker than you. And the principal happened to be standing outside when I was talking to them and trying to teach them about, melanin in people's skin, and ended up offering me a job later.
That's because you're
always.
smart and they're stupid.
Sincerely. Yeah. Like, black people bleed all the same. Black people feel pain all the same. Because,
what's crazy is that they were taught we don't.
Yeah.
Back in the day, literally taught that we don't feel pain.
That's
so it's okay to beat them harder. Like,
and
the
that
fact
still
that people
transcends
believe
to
that?
doctors as well. Like, doctors will be less likely to prescribe painkillers, especially control painkillers.
That's true.
To black folks,
That's
because
very
of
true.
that assumption of oh, they're just a druggie, they're just a crack addict, whatever. They're just gonna sell it for whatever.
You know what's funny is that since being in my car accident, I was in Hawaii for most of the time. So I was seen as Hawaiian, I was treated as Hawaiian, which is different over there. I didn't get treated like a dirty drug addict till I moved to Washington. And what's funny was that the guy that did it, he got my documentation from Hawaii, which was a very heavy book of all that, I'd gone through with them and all the education I had on it. But still, because of he looked at me and he saw that I was brown. To me, there's no other reason, because I was very educated and I talked to him and I let him know everything that was going on, blah, 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 blah. He saw all the stuff me and my old doctor had done. He was just like, yeah, I don't want to give you this much because, I don't know, what'll happen. Or he was hinting and insinuating that if he gave me, which wasn't even too much, it just was almost enough. He gave me about a third of what should have been prescribed, which was, and we'll just, I'll break it down. I was 160 10 milligram tablets of Percocet a month, which was too high. My doctor was giving me too much. And this guy looked at me and said, I'm going to give you 95 milligram tablets, which was significantly smaller, not because he saw my MRI. He saw the amount of, damage that I had to my body. It was literally, he was trying to push this drug that didn't work, and he didn't want to give me that because I might be a drug addict. And when I fired him, he was just like, well, I'm taking away your opioids, right? He made sure to say opioids. And I'm like, I don't care. I don't give a fucking rat's ass. I'm no drug addict. You know what I mean? But it was interesting the way that I had been, and it didn't really hit me because I'm like, I've been, dealing with medications for 10 years, of opioids or other different pain medications in Hawaii. And it was no big deal because they looked at it as, you're hurt, you need this, you're hurt, you need this. That it wasn't until I got over here and was looked at as like, well, you're a drug addict. And I'm like, you're very, very far off. Because I had already prepared myself for, that dude being a douche. And I'd already weaned myself off the medication because it is addictive. Like opioids are addictive. If you take them for so long, they sit in your body. You have to wean yourself off. And I'd already done it. You know, it was just like, I'm not doing this because I'm a crackhead. I'm doing this because it hurts to stand up. You know what I mean? Like there's that, the reality versus what somebody has an idea that they're thinking about is a huge difference. Like, it's sad to me. It's sad that somebody in that position has that mentality. It's sad to me that any doctor would go, oh, black people either are going to be drug addicts or they don't feel pain the way other people do. That a doctor would even have that mindset bothers me.
Yeah.
In Hawaii, I went in because I had an issue with my back at the ER, right? It was that bad that like I had to go to the ER. And the doctor, you know, that saw me was like, well, do you need pain medication? And I'm like, dude, I have more than I need. Like he was feeling me out if I was just trying to, you know, get in there. And I'm like, I got more than I need. I need, you know, help me with something else. Do I need a surgery? Do I need this? Like, that's why I was in there. And it was funny because after I told him that, he started opening up. He relaxed a little bit more. And he's like, just, you know, here we have to ask because people come in and try and do that. And what was funny is that he very specifically said, it's hardly ever Hawaiians. It's mostly like 18 to 25-year-old white women. And I was like, one, I didn't ask for that statistic, but it's really interesting that you gave me that one. Mm-hmm. So it was funny that I'm, as a brown person, getting treated as a drug addict when, at least for that doctor's, you know, that ER, it's female that are Caucasian. You know, and I'm like, how did I get lumped in there? Because I'm a dude well over 25 and I'm brown. You know what I mean? Like, how did I get lumped in? But that whole concept that's been around forever. Like, when I learned, I forget if it was a sociology class, but that they would say you can beat black people harder back in the slave days because they don't feel pain. When I heard that that was an actual thing, it wasn't just somebody making some snide comment, but it was a believed thing. Like, my brain had a hard time comprehending how anybody could believe it. You know what I mean? That somebody could believe that somebody that's of a different skin tone doesn't feel pain the way somebody else does. Like, I don't know, it boggled my mind.
Yeah, and it's completely not fucking true.
Bro, dude, not even close. I feel plenty of pain, let me tell you what.
but that's the thing. This is the indoctrination of institutionalized racism, is that these stories are told and passed down. It's kind of like a generational trauma of the whole nation, of like even without even necessarily explicitly being taught racist shit, you still pick up subtle racist shit because it's like, oh, people are avoiding these people for some reason. Like, you pick that up. Like, just how like a baby absorbs fucking everything. We absorb everything. We see how people react to other people. Do they accept them? Do they not accept them? Do they, like, you know, get cautious? Do they get nervous? You know, there definitely is always going to be that kind of like, you know, feeling of unease when it comes to people that don't look like you. Like, that's just a innate thing that we do as humans. But we can also learn to overcome that and understand that people are people. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I just was looking back in chat, and Cypress asked a question that I've heard quite a few times. I didn't know if you cared to have me give my opinion on it, or if we were just going to move past it.
Past it. We're going back to it eventually.
Okay. I've heard that a bunch, and I can understand why some people are confused, but it's.
I mean, people are going to be confused if we don't talk about it, right?
It's not a surface answer. It's not a surface issue.
No, it's not a surface issue or a surface answer. It's very complicated. It's very, you know, it's very intricate, and it depends on the communities, right? Few things before though. Mom Bear, I fucking hate your boss, racist asshole. Maki told us, informed us, educated us, really, because I didn't fucking know this. Pap smear was created by experimenting on black women slaves. The shit was our ancestors went through. Yeah, fucking they used slaves to literally do medical experiments just the same way.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't compare that, but I was going to say In a similar vein, Nazi Germany experiments on fucking Jews, like all sorts of crazy fucked up experiments. Like the shit that we know now scientifically is usually either from like fucking up black people who are slaves or fucking up Jews or war criminals or whatever they considered war criminals, shit. Cyprus.
Sadly enough, it's very true that that comparison. It's very true. They took people that they didn't feel were human and did whatever the fuck they wanted to.
Right.
Like they were an animal, which is messed up.
And again, I'm not trying to equate these two different like tragedies, but when it comes to black slavery, that shit's super fucking generational. And yeah, that shit's still, the effects of that is still being felt today in the black community, and same with Holocaust that's still being felt in the Jewish community. Even today, there's a lot of Nazi sympathizers out there still.
Which is insane to me.
It's not too insane if you know the history of the U.S.'s involvement into World War II, because, a little bit sooner than before World War II, before like the Pearl Harbor bombing, there was literally a Nazi rally in New York City. There was a lot of Nazi sympathizers. There was a lot of Jew haters and fucking, straight up in New York, the most liberal of fucking places. It's wild.
No, and I one thing I do understand is that over there, they, it isn't just like Jews never did anything wrong. Of course, there was fighting going on between them, and then there were people that were like, "Well, these Jewish people shot these people, and so we hate the Jews." Like, I get that it wasn't like, a completely innocent person was attacked. Like, I get that, but I still don't think the extent of what happened justified the fighting that may have happened before it, and that is putting it very vaguely. But the concentration camps and the trying to obliterate an entire set of people. I don't care if you guys got into a bickerment and you guys got, I think I made up that word, but if you guys, shot each other and were at war and bombed each other, that's one thing. But what happened with that, I think, was like, wow. They literally tried to annihilate an entire people off the planet and did it in a really messed up way.
I also agree with Star with the other not the other, but the additional interpretation, which is, throughout history, women are fucked over and treated shit, especially in medical settings wise.
Yeah.
And that still continues today.
Yeah.
Overall.
If you've ever talked to a woman who's had a mammogram done, which is where they take images of your breasts to check to see if you have cancer, you're literally putting your boob on a table and it's being pressed and squished down with a camera.
Why can't they just come up with something a bit less fucking painful? I've always wondered why the fuck do mammograms are a thing. I feel like they could fucking come up with better imagery.
Right. I mean, I don't think dudes have to put their nuts on a dish to get them squished and crushed to do that.
No,
I don't know. I've never had my nuts checked for cancer that way, so I'm just assuming I don't have to put them on a plate, have them crushed, and then pictures taken. I would leave.
It falls under the same idea that women don't, or we have a higher threshold for pain.
Yeah,
which,
higher pain tolerance, which is
in one sense. Yeah, we do when we're giving birth because of the amount of chemicals that are being released in our brains to make us, excited about this child coming out.
Feel pain. Oxytocin.
Exactly.
You get fucking kicked with literally an overload of it just so that you don't pass out.
Exactly. We get oh my god, it's a flood of oxytocin, and when you've had an epidural and you're still getting that flood of oxytocin, it's insane. It's an insane thing to go through, and I've had 2 children that I had natural births with, so it was nuts.
And people still wonder why postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis is a thing, because literally coming down from that high of a high, it's gonna hit you like a truck.
Right? Yeah, no, I had bad postpartum depression, and mine lasted for months and months. But Where was I going with that? I totally lost my train of thought. I love
okay.
it.
Choo choo.
But yeah, where I was going with that is that the idea that because of our higher pain tolerance, that it doesn't hurt as much on our breasts to press them down and squish it like that because we have such a high pain tolerance, when in all reality there are more nerve endings in our breasts than there are in our fingertips. Like, we feel more pain there, and it's probably the closest that a woman can get to the feeling of you guys getting kicked in the nuts. Like, I cry when people hit my breasts because it hurts that much.
But that's what
Right.
I'm wondering, is that the people that are like, oh, women have a higher, like they don't feel pain so we can squish their boob, if they've ever actually talked to a woman. I mean, as general as that, if they've ever even spoken to one, or if they've only been around men their entire life. Because
Have you ever
you
spoken to
ask
a woman
one
before?
fucking woman, hey, you like to have your boob crushed? You're very seldom going to hear,
No.
yeah, I love it. Love it. No. I don't know. I've never ever spoken to a woman that was like, I love this. Give me mammograms for fun. I've never heard a woman say that.
Mm-mm.
Maybe I've been talking to the wrong women. I don't know. But none of the ones I talked to ever said it.
Maybe, Poch, you don't know what I like. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Like I said, I just have not asked the right people the right questions.
Yeah, I don't like it. I'm good on that.
All right.
Good.
Then you
All
don't
right.
talk to kinky women.
Let's
Okay,
talk.
Maybe that's what it is.
All right, we're going into this shit.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, but Maki, I was also thinking that too. But like, to be fair, that's in a controlled environment where the woman is empowered to make that decision to want her boob to be squished or tied up in a specific way.
And they can say pineapple, okay? And then you're done.
Yeah.
Or, it could just be that they're in a situation where instead of releasing the pain stuff, that releases serotonin just because of what you're doing.
Like, they're in fucking control. It's not a doctor and his cold steel table. It's your fucking loving partner or your dom or something or whatever. And there's a trust there, if they're hitting the boob or whipping the boob or slapping the boob or pinching, poking, whatever, piercing, fucking, bruising, it's consensual,
And I will say, there are people, like, everybody can go, oh no, what about this guy? Okay, there are people that do love all of that, right?
All right. Yeah.
But let's go back to the fun thing of statistics. I think on an average, it's a much smaller amount of people that like that over the majority of people that are like, please don't kick me in the nuts, I'm not Steve-O. Please don't stick my boob on a plate and crush it.
Right.
Like, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I don't have the statistics. Well, okay, I just made up the one. It was 69.42% of of people do not like to have their nuts and boobs smashed. And then I made up my statistic. I made it up.
Yeah, got you. All right. We're diving into this fucking head over fist here. Zypress, hello. I'm trying to help you understand what's going on here, because this is a very larger issue than what you've laid out so far. And I don't personally know all the intricacies of it being white myself. I almost want to ask Maki to come in here, but I also don't want to force her to respond to this. But I think we responded pretty okay so far, which is, I don't agree with racist terms or words, but I would like to hear your thoughts on when big white figures get heavily bashed for using them, and then big black figures, you can use them without issue. You didn't just mean, and we said, basically when it comes to like stuff like the N-word, it's a matter of black people are taking back that power, in a small way, and that's why white people shouldn't say the N-word and black people can say the N-word if they want to, up to them. And it's like an empowerment thing, it's a rebellious thing. There's a lot of other things that it comes from, various other cultured type-ish stuff. So it's basically trying to get power back in a small, rebellious kind of way. But then you followed up saying you don't just mean the N-word. There's other racist terms they can use without issue. We asked you for examples because that's like the biggest one we could think of. And you meant other races, racial slurs towards other races. Comments I can think of is cracker or slurs used towards Asian cultures. And honestly, for those kind of terms, as far as like, white people are getting in trouble for it and black people aren't getting in trouble for it, that's up to the community to hold them responsible, right? That's my first thought. And I'm wondering, are they using this term in a way to oppress and, be hateful? Or are they using this term in like a, hey, you're my friend, so I'm going to call you a whatever term? And like, haha, I'm okay with that because I'm okay with that for whatever reason. You know what I mean? And also, I agree with you here with your last point, which is it's a really weird cultural norm calling females bitches. But hey, some females maybe want to be called bitches. That's their right. I definitely cringe myself a little bit when I hear folks be like, "Ah, yeah, these are my bitches," and I'm like, "How about we treat women with respect and as people?" But like, go off, I guess.
If Poch ever hears somebody call me a bitch, he will probably kill them.
Yeah.
Look, I'm not if because I know that it's a term. People will straight up say, "Look, me and my bitches do this." Yeah, we in a bit. If that's your thing, that's your thing. That's totally fine because it's like me and my brothers do this, me and my sisters do this. That's a term that they use. I think there's a big difference between going like, "Yo, I'm on my bitchness today," and some dude walking up being like, "Bitch, get over here." There's a huge, huge difference between those two things to me. If you and your friends are, the bitches going out, and you guys are all fun and laughing and joking about it, I'm not going to say it personally, but that's your thing. But if some dude walks up to a group of girls yelling like that, me and him will go toe to toe because I think that is a blatant disrespect for human beings you shouldn't have. So it's all how it's used and who it's, you know what I mean? Like there's a huge difference between those two things. You know what I mean? There's a huge difference of being mad or derogatory or mean, and then somebody just like with the N-word. There's a huge difference between us as a culture saying we're going to take it, you don't get to have it, and we're using it as a term of brother or sister, compared to somebody else that's going, I'm going to keep you under my thumb and treat you like dirt. There's a huge difference between the two of them. And so I think that just in the concept, using, I'm using the term N-word as a politeness on stream, because I don't have a problem with it. But using N-word and calling somebody the B-word, it's all in context. It's all like everything's situational in how you do it. So I think that there's so many variables that go into that it's hard to go black and white. This is what it is. But there is a generalization of you don't have good old boy Bob running down, yelling the N-words are coming, without going, hey, he's a racist little prick. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, or like, oh man, I was at the
think
bar with
really
all these, bees around.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that Cyprus might have is that when other predominant like black figures use other like racial slurs in a hateful way, like why aren't they being held responsible? And I completely agree. I think they should be held responsible. They should be held to task for their words. Their words have power, absolutely. But if they're using something like if they're using specifically the N-word, I think they should be allowed to use it because they're taking that power back. They're saying, no, this is my word. This is similar in the, I should not compare. I'm not trying to detract from, I hope that this is not seen as trying to detract from the racial issue, but in a similar vein, but not the same vein. When it comes to the queer community, LGBTQ community, a lot of folks take back the F slur, bundle of sticks, F slur. So, and some people say, oh yeah, I'm a, and I'm like, all right, I'm happy for you. You take that word back. If that word is used to empower you, awesome. I fucking love that for you. But if someone else is using that word to be hateful, I'm be like, bro, what the fuck in the homophobia ass are you talking about? Like,
Exactly.
get out of
And
here.
that's what I mean by situational. That's like exactly what I mean. Of so many of my friends that are gay or bi or whatever, especially, okay, I don't know if you know Seattle, but Capitol Hill, that's the main area there. So many of my friends that were, or not were as in they aren't anymore, but that I knew, they said that like it was saying, homie. And at first I was like, what the fuck did you just say? Because I wasn't used to it. I'm like, wait a minute, that's always been a very derogatory term. But once I equated it to, it's the same way that I use the N-word, where my friends do, I was like, dude, do your thing. Like, you are taking something, you're taking the power away from assholes. I love that. Do that. Like, take that away so it becomes something that they cannot use against you. Because that's the biggest thing you do against the bullies. You take away what they can do to hurt you. You take it, you make it yours, and then they're like, oh, I can't use that to hurt you anymore. And in that sense, not everybody agrees with that, but in that sense, I respect the person for doing that. However they want to. Zypress said something about them using other slurs. Personally,
Did the same thing with the C word, though. I took it back and I didn't allow it to bother me anytime anybody would say it, and I use it all the time.
yes, you do.
Okay. Hello. My name is Waba, and I am painfully white. What does on the noise mean? Because I know that noise in general means like that shit, that bullshit that someone's talking, cut that noise out kind of thing. So I'm guessing on the noise just means on the nose, or just, okay, you meant on the nose. All right, that's better. I know that term. Okay, I know that phrase. I was like, on the noise? Am I on the bullshit, or am I like talking facts here or something?
I'm
like
painfully white. Please explain.
I am.
No, I love that. I love that.
I am very self-aware, and I try to make it very evident that I use this platform. Like, I know I'm white, and I know I pass as male, so I use this to uplift other voices, because that's what we need to do. That's how I reconfigure my white guilt, so to speak. It's just like I use it to empower others. That's what this platform is for, I use it to empower all of you.
Been thinking about what he was saying about how say a black guy is saying racial slurs of Asian or Spanish or whatever. There's, again, everything's situational, and on one hand, no, they shouldn't be, especially if they're like in a negative way. That's still bullshit, right? I don't care what color your skin is. If you're calling out somebody in that way, trying to hurt them, fuck you. It doesn't matter to me. If you're an Asian guy using the N-word because you're mad at a black guy, fuck you. If you're a white guy, if you're black, it doesn't matter. If you're being a dick, fuck you. One thing that people don't always understand is that when you have something that has happened to you or your community, and it happens to another community, that can often tie those two communities together, where it's now something they have in common and a camaraderie. And that's why, if you've noticed, there's a number of, because at first I was like, what the fuck are you guys doing? A number of like Puerto Rican and Spanish hip hop artists and people that use the N-word, right?
Right.
At first I'm like, yo, you ain't black. What the fuck? You need to watch your mouth. I started looking into it, because I'm just like, why aren't they getting canceled right now? They're a big artist. And whether or not I agree with it, I looked at the situational and the way people were talking about it is they've had to deal with oppressive things. We've had to deal with oppressive things. These people have had to deal with oppressive things. When you're using it as a brother to go, look, we're the same, and it's understood. You know what I mean? It has to be, something that, is understood and looked into, which obviously it seems like it's understood for them. That, again, if they're calling them out in a bad way, fuck you. But if it's using that because in the culture and community, like people look at me because I'm not full black, they've looked at me and been like, did you just drop the N-word? And I'm like, dude, shut up. I am black and this is my community and this was an understanding. You know what I mean? It wasn't that I was running around with the Confederate flag dropping N-bombs. This is my community. I'm part black. I might not
Now there's a good question to ask. Because I'm sure this might be on someone's mind, but I know the answer. At least I think I know the answer. I mean, we've talked about racial stuff before. We had like fucking 3 months on intersectionality stuff. But like, what do you make of Black people who are like Confederate wave flaggers and Trump supporters and all this? I have I have an answer in my mind, but
so here's
this
my
is something
here's
that
my
people might think of. Yeah.
here's my thought on it. Is it goes back to the joke that who was it the black comedian where he was blind but he was in the KKK and he's black, right? So people often do what they're taught, and they often do not just what their parents teach them, but what their community teaches them and what the people that are around teach them. And perfect example, up until 10 years old, I up until 5 I didn't really remember, but in between 5 and 10 I lived in a literally predominantly white logging town in Northern California, where there was one Mexican family, and then me and my brother were the only brown people in this entire place. So I learned the N-word with never knowing what it was. And I'm sure that I used it on people, not knowing. I thought it just meant stupid, because that's how, it was said to me. So I was like, oh, it's somebody saying stupid. So I'm a 7-year-old saying, dropping the N-bomb, having no idea what it means. When your culture and the people around you and what you learn teach you a certain thing, you go with it because that's what you know. So it wouldn't surprise me, and I don't know all the people that vote for Trump and have Confederate flags and have a darker skin tone, but it wouldn't surprise me if that's the culture they grew up in.
Exactly.
In as much as this, I had a friend that moved over from Iran that did not believe that Hitler did what we said he did, because he was taught and they were taught that he didn't.
Yeah.
Right? So you can literally be taught something that's not true, but if that's all you're taught, if you're taught to tie your shoes together, that's how you do it instead of tying them individually. You do what you're taught to do. Doesn't matter your skin tone and everything else. And once it's ingrained, then you have that, if you're raised in a certain religion, you'll fight to the death a different one. Like that sort of ingrainedness. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody that's a black dude that grew up in that neighborhood and that culture and that community and taught that would come out and be like, everybody should vote for Trump and Confederacy is the way to go, because that's all he knew. You know what I mean? That's all that he's known. Until he educates himself on something else, that's all he's going to know, and that's what he's going to go with. So when I see those people, I'm like, you just, in my opinion, haven't been educated on all of the current events going on, and I just hope that you do that. Like, I'm not going to wish them ill will. I just wish that they get more educated on the life that they're living. And that's my long-winded explanation for that.
No, I was mostly going to agree with you. It's just literally this culture you're raised into.
Dave Chappelle, yes.
Yep, it was Dave Chappelle that made the blind black dude joke that was in the KKK. Dave Chappelle does a lot of very edgy. Yeah,
humor, I just thought it was funny that once it came out that he was black in that skit, he divorced his wife for liking black people. That skit was so bad, dude. It was so bad.
I feel like comedians like Dave Chappelle and shows like the Boondocks, they can both help and hurt, you know what I mean? Because I
agree.
They can show certain stereotypes of like Boondocks, for instance, was basically a social commentary on pointing out some the kind of shit that happens in the black community. And in one way, it was it was resonated with a lot of black folks who were just yeah, there is this shit in the black community. But at the same time, it was also this kind of might be bad because now it portrays black people as these crazy wild folks, and this is just going to be some super racist masturbatory wet dream here. So it's interesting whenever you're that kind of very edgy, very shines a spotlight kind of humor can be so striking. Yeah, white people were laughing way too hard. Yeah, they didn't get it. They were just like, ha ha ha, make fun of black people, yes, please. And you can tell he regrets it. Yeah. Because it's like shit, that effect afterwards. It's just like, oh shit, maybe I've actually just added to the hate, then like shown shown an actual spotlight on the problem here.
So, to expand just a little bit on what Poch said, because I am a very white passing person.
Yeah.
And I don't say that word regardless of what situation, even if I'm just hanging out with Poch, because I'm clear. But
I wasn't ready for that. Sorry.
I'm clear. I mean, I can literally see my veins. But anyway,
Your porcelain doll.
Thank you. The beautiful, fragile, priceless porcelain doll.
I don't know about fragile. She's tough.
Yeah, she is pretty tough, but she does crazy.
but to expand on that a little bit, there's also a huge difference between the way the N-word in particular is pronounced as well. I mean, if it's used with a hard R, you already know it's going to go towards the derogatory side of things. So if you just listen to what people are saying and pay attention to their body language as they're saying it, you're going to know whether or not people are being racist without even hearing like the words that they're saying. But if that makes sense, like without actually processing and registering what they mean by the words, because they could say, oh, well, blah, 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 N-word, and, you know, but I'm friends with black people. No, you're not.
Oh gosh, that one
N-word
gets me.
with a hard R.
I have black friends.
I know. I have black friends. Like, no,
you
don't. No, you don't. Because they would have beat you up.
Or you have black friends who just tolerate your ass for some reason or another.
You have the nicest
Probably
car and you
have
drive
money.
everybody places.
Yeah. You get the best.
But there is a huge difference between, you know, saying it with the A at the end as opposed to the hard R.
Oh,
all the
huge
same.
difference.
All the same. If you're white, probably don't say it with the A either.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah.
Just avoid it. You know, I don't know how much more we can say that. I personally love. Yeah, we mentioned before. I personally love Morgan Freeman's take on the whole thing, because he was just like. Because, like, so I think someone asked him that question regarding Django, I think.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah.
I don't know if it was him or someone else. No, it was Samuel L. Jackson. They asked him about Django, and, like, you know, they say that word a lot. And he was like, you know, why do they say that word so much? You know, da-da-da. Like, he was basically asking a race-baiting question, and he took it in a very interesting way. He's like, you know, like, just say the word, and basically challenge the reporter to say the word. If you think it's a big deal, if you don't think it's such a big deal, just say the word. Say it. Come on, I'll say it with you. Say it with like I just fucking imagine if you like, say it, motherfucker. Say it again. Hold on, I want to find the clip. It's just too good.
Dude, that conversation got so awkward. I loved it. Oh my goodness, I loved it.
Hold on.
I know what you're talking about.
I found it. We're watching this. I don't care if I get DMCA'd.
When the handbill says dead or alive, the rest of us shoot you in the back up on top of a perch somewhere and bring you in dead over saddle. When the hangman catches you.
I have to.
The Hateful Eight is Samuel L. Jackson's sixth Quentin Tarantino film, and we think he just may nab an Oscar for this one. But what does he think?
I feel like it's your movie and you do an amazing job.
Oh wait, I don't think this is it.
Not that.
This is not it. Is this it? Oh God.
When he was sending me Django, he actually didn't want to tell me that I wasn't going to be Django. Yeah. That
was it not this?
That window of opportunity for me.
Wait. Which one is it? Oh my God. Was it not fucking... Was it Morgan Freeman?
I'm pretty sure it was Samuel Jackson.
One of them. Oh, fuck me. Someone knows it. When it comes to white people who grow up with white black folk, I feel bad for them because they're not encouraged. Because they are encouraged to say it and allowed it. Yeah, true. It's also hard for those who are white, grow up in the hood, who was raised in an environment where they were allowed to say it, but like, can tell that you were told not to say it outside the group. Yeah. I can say that my grandparents had slaves and were black. I heard that shit too many times in high school. Fucking hell, mama. I've answered back now with great grandparents are perpetuating the issues. Star, you can literally speak. The movie that made Leo very uncomfy, which is in the context it should.
You were talking. I didn't want to interrupt you.
You're fine. Oh, I found it.
There's been a lot of controversy.
I was about to say, I
Here it
think
is, here it
I'm
is.
gonna find it, but you got it. Okay, cool.
Yep. We're gonna. I hate this. Okay, listen to this reporter's question very
Yes, that's it.
carefully. Very carefully.
There's been a lot of controversy surrounding the usage of the N-word in this movie, and
No, nobody, none. The word would be.
Oh, I don't want to say it.
Why not?
I don't like to say it.
Have you ever said it?
No, sir.
Try it.
I don't like to say it.
Try it.
Really? Seriously?
We're not gonna have this conversation unless you say it. You want to move on to another question?
Okay. Awesome. I don't want to say it.
Come on.
Will you say it?
No, fuck no. That's not the same thing.
Why do you want me to
They're
say
gonna bleep it when you say it on your
but-
show. So say it.
I can't say it. If I say it, this question it won't make air.
Okay, forget it.
Okay, I'll skip it. Sorry, guys. It was a good question.
No, it wasn't.
It was a great question.
It wasn't a great question if you can't say the word.
I wanted to ask about.
I love him.
It's a trap.
Controversy surrounding the usage of the N-word in this movie, and
The controversy surrounding the usage of the N-word, and he was just like, "I'm sorry, if we're gonna talk about this, then you need to say it."
Yeah.
Like, he was basically just baiting him into being like, well, it's basically just wanting him to say it's okay because they're black. Like, it's effectively, I think, what they was trying to bait him on other things, I'm sure, as well. But I think he diffused it pretty well.
See, I have to say, because I like that movie, I have to say that it was really weird. I mean, with a lot of Quentin Tarantino movies that's in there, that it was weird to hear, but he was showing a reality, not a fake, like, let's do this because it'll be funny. He was showing a literal reality that people try and hide from and pretend didn't happen.
Yeah, straight up.
If you don't like that, you better never have a Confederate flag. You better support the crap out of Black Lives Matter. You like, if that bothered you, then you need to get on this side and go, yeah, we shouldn't have done that, instead of staying on a side that continues to oppress and put down an entire culture. Like, come on now. Like, that showed reality. It showed a reality that isn't completely gone either, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I love that Samuel Jackson did that. I normally don't like people being as pushy as he was, but he was proving a fucking point, and I loved it.
Oh, I love it when people especially and particularly I love it when black people are pushy, because they're usually pushy for a really good fucking reason, and it's usually some racist bullshit.
Yeah,
like,
when it's for a good reason, I am down. I
Yeah.
am so down.
Like, I love it because I'm just like, yeah, that's right. Press them. Like, they want to fucking ask a race baity question. All right, why do you think so? Yeah, it made Leo uncomfortable, and that was entirely the point. Exactly. Because it's like, nah, this was our fucking reality and history. Like, you use this word against us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, that's why I loved it. It's like, dude, don't hide from this. Don't try and make Samuel Jackson look a certain way, or him to say that Quentin Tarantino was a certain way, because that's what they're trying to fucking do.
Yeah, they're like, Quentin Tarantino's racist. No, he's depicting a reality.
No, he's doing what people are too scared to do, and showing the truth of our history.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that everything in his movie was step by step perfect, but dude, come on. You know what he depicted there probably happened at some point in the last 400 years. That's why I didn't
why
get
don't they
mad
ever
at-
interview the white
There you
people
go.
about using the N word? Like, how did it feel to be able to say the N word? You know, like, fucking, how do you feel about using it in a film? Did it bring you? Did it bring you joy and power and happiness and puppies?
I bet you half of them went to therapy. I bet you half
Probably.
of them were like, I don't know if I'm gonna get killed tomorrow. You know what I mean?
Well, half of it was probably I don't know if I'm gonna be killed tomorrow, but the other half is like that's not who I am as a person,
Right?
you know, like, and to use it and like feel empowered just felt wrong. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I think I would feel about it.
You know, it's funny you just said that. So my son's mom, her mother, so my son's grandmother is a psychiatrist. Like she has, her doctorate, blah 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 blah. When I was, I want to say I was 21 years old. I've always had the sort of mentality that I do now, where I try and be as nice as I can to people because I think people deserve to have somebody be nice to them. But for some reason, she saw me as somebody that was very angry, and I honestly think it had to do with my skin tone because I know that she was closeted, non-brown people friendly. But she wanted to, give me therapy for free to help me, which I was like, okay, like I'll talk to you. Why not? She was on this thing where she's like, okay, so I can tell that you're angry. Why don't you just get your anger out and just sit and cuss? And I'm like, nah, I don't really want to. One, it was I was taught to respect my elder. She was an older lady. I'm not going to sit and cuss in front of you because I feel it's disrespectful, right? And she seemed confused by that. It was just like, no, just get mad, yell, and cuss. And I was like, you have no idea who, like, I'm not angry. I'm not an angry black man. You know what I mean? Like, leave me alone. I'm just a dude trying to live his life. But it was intriguing that it was, oh, you must be angry. You must be, must be mad. I don't know exactly why I just thought about that, but that whole concept and idea of this is who a certain people are, it doesn't make sense. Sorry, I bring it up because I'm so confused, and it just doesn't make sense. So much of this stuff that people do on a regular, it doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Like racism in itself, I don't care if it's, I don't like Asians, I don't like blacks, I don't like whites, none of that makes sense to me. Zero makes sense to me. And the way I tell Star when she's like something doesn't make sense, I'm like, good, because once you understand it, there's a problem. So I'm glad it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense.
Right. Star.
Yes.
God, we've unintentionally made this another racism discussion. I love it. I'm sorry, Mama Bear. This is the kind of mods I need. Mods that yell at me. That's right. Yell at me. Troll me. Spank me, Maudie. Anyway, Zypers was asking before if you mentioned that you have anxiety many times a day.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like Twitch or being on camera helps or triggers that more often? Like, I know you're not necessarily in front of the camera all the time, but
I don't notice a difference either way. Usually if I'm going to go on to...
Bye, Star.
You muted.
Sorry. I'm back. Hi. Hello.
Hello.
Generally, if I know I'm going to be on camera, I will do preventative measures. So, like tonight, before I came to talk with you, I made sure to smoke and take my meds before it happened. That way I don't have that issue. I mean, I'm still kind of anxious. You can see me picking at my hands once in a while, but for the most part, I'm much better than I normally am. Being a viewer on Twitch doesn't bother me at all. I mean, there's no triggers there. I mean, unless somebody is screaming at the camera and telling people how shit they are and, being abusive, then it's going to trigger me and I'm going to go into a spiral of, oh shit. But I tend to stay away from those people anyway, so.
I just scream at the camera and tell people how great they are.
Aggressive love is okay.
So I have something to add to that, which Star is a humble person and wouldn't say, but I've noticed since and I met her, she was streaming, but I will genuinely say that she has moved leaps and bounds since going live in front of a camera, of self-confidence and like in seeing who she is, because she's just like, no, I'm not gonna, I won't, because there was a long gap that she didn't do it.
Yeah.
Getting her back in front of the camera, I think, has helped her with her confidence in not just being in front of the camera, but being out and about. I notice a difference in her that I love to see. That I just like. It's cheesy, but watching that flower open, you know what I mean? Like, she's blooming and doing this, like, in her own mind and in who she sees as herself. I love sitting back and watching it. I don't always say anything because I know she'll get self-conscious about it. So I just let it happen. I just watch it and everything else. But I had to interject right here because she's like, oh no, I do this. She has moved leaps and bounds from, let's just say, a year ago till now, and doing the things that she does and how she sees herself and holds herself, that she may not even realize that she has made a change and that she has done. But I've got to sit and watch it, and I think it's fucking beautiful. It is really neat to watch somebody that goes from I'm afraid to going, yeah, I'm gonna fucking do this. You know what I mean? Like, that is a huge gap that she has jumped over, and I'm really proud of her.
No S. I have Stream Elements, not a Nightbot. You were close though. At %user is probably correct. Probably. There you go. We'll see. We'll see. Well, not 2user. That might not work. Oh shit. That worked. Just an extra at, I guess you can edit that. Hey, Poch.
I just looked at chat.
Poch.
I just realized what was going on.
We have a good question from Zyprus.
I saw that.
It was for both of us. While going to school for psych, was there anything that was just shocking to you, or you didn't realize beforehand? Yeah, it's hard to think about. I think the answer is yes, but not about things that one would immediately think about.
I mean, off the top of my head, the first two things, bless you, is that statistics are shit, and a lot of the stuff that they teach you, you're not actually going to use if you go into counseling or trying to help somebody.
Yep.
Those two things right there changed my whole mindset of going to college for psychology.
For
me.
Fair enough. My mindset never really changed. I always had the goal just to help people. Masters of Mental Health Counseling, it was challenging in certain ways, and then in other ways, it was just like, kind of like me being like, wow, this is like painfully obvious. Yeah, listening to people. Wow, teaching us active listening. Like, yeah, that would help a person open up. And also, at that moment, I realized / like I had the inkling already. I already knew this, but all those mentalism magicians, all those like, some of those fortune tellers out there, all they do is just use active listening.
Yeah.
Like, they do active listening and they do a Google search beforehand, like.
And if you add in just a spritz of body language,
yeah,
it could help out.
Dramatics.
Yeah.
Dramatics, acting dramatics.
Oh yeah, theater and psychology.
Yeah, mentalism the same way. Like, you can bait people to think in a certain way, depending on like the words they use, all that kind of stuff. I don't know. There's an exact like psychology of it. It's basically social psychology. Anyway, the other thing that, yeah, stats are bullshit, which I kind of like had an inkling about already, but it's just like, wow, they're extremely bullshit because most studies are literally just based on college campuses, and who is most likely to go to college campuses? You know, middle class to upper class white male. And that's the availability of the participants. So that's the research you get. and you say, all right, well, we have enough participants, so we can definitely generalize this to a population. And they call that population the U.S., and I'm like, yikes. I think that's most college classes where you learn things you won't use. See, the thing is that I wanted college to be an experience where like I would use things I could use in real life in like a real life job application. So I guess more than anything, I just learned that all school is absolute fucking bullshit, and real experience is what actually gets you prepared to do what you're doing already, which is just practicing what you're gonna do, what your job is, like literally just working a job. But the problem is that you can't get those jobs necessarily until you have XYZ degrees. So
piece of paper.
It's just a stupid fucking piece of paper. It's a $50,000 piece of paper.
Yes.
To say, oh yeah, I'm totally qualified to do this job. All right, do all these things that we never taught. You never were taught in school. You have to understand these paper. Like literally, the most that college maybe taught me is how to write a fucking essay, how to like bullshit an essay.
Bullshit an essay. Yep.
Go pin your
Oh my
message and watch
goodness.
that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, how to bullshit an essay. I've taught a class here before of how to bullshit a 5-page essay.
It's beautiful.
It's very easy. I can explain it anytime, 20 minutes.
What's funny is that I didn't actually finish high school. I got my GED, and I knew then when they gave me the essay portion of the GED, I knew I knew how to win. I knew how to win, and I literally took 1 or 2 paragraphs, reworded it, and wrote it over and over and over for 2 pages.
That's all you need to do.
The way that they
different.
graded it is that they sent it into the University of Washington to a beginner level, what English 101, and had the students grade it, and I got a 4 out of 5 with putting this much effort into it. I was like, if this is all you got to do, I win. Like, I got this.
Yeah, I am the best bullshitter in the world. Thank you. Help me with many assignment. Yes, I will help you with assignments. Listen, I think I should fucking... God, I have to do it on the fly, though. But I should make, like, a little video about, like, here's how you bullshit a 5-page essay or a research essay. All right? Here we go, kids. Here, you want the 2-minute version, everyone? Any college? All right, 2-minute version. Ready? If it's a research paper, this is how I did it. Now, you don't have to do it this way, or you can do it all at once, all right? Go on Google Scholar, or wherever you get your articles, usually Google Scholar. Google the subject. Take the first few sources, get some other sources, find it like a quote from a book or whatever. Find your sources, no matter what the topic is. Get your sources, know what they are. Or, even easier, go to the Wikipedia page and then just go down to the references and use those. Use that reference as a source. You can cite those sources either in MLA format or the other format. There's sites for that. EasyBib is one of those sites. APA is one, or APA format. There's a site for that. APA format is another format. But anyway, you can use EasyBib or other ones to get easy citations. I don't know why people get so caught up about, oh no, do I have enough do I have citation right? I'm like, you can literally look this up. So easy. Anyway, ready? You have all your sources. Now, next what you want to do is, especially research articles, this is how you scan a research article efficiently. Read the full fucking introduction. All right? Everything in that introduction is going to tell you exactly everything in that fucking article, whether it's useful or not to you. You take part of that first sentence of that intro, you take part of the last sentence of that intro, you scroll down to the methods, take that shit, scroll down to some of the research and the conclusions, copy that shit. Take all your quotes, just grab all your fucking quotes, just paste. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. On your fucking paper, just litter your fucking paper with that shit. Great. First paragraph. In this essay, I will discuss XYZ subject. Or even cheesier, because I did cheesy shit. According to citation 1, quote 1, This means subject is important because of reason. Reason is restating / rewording how the first quote said. So I basically, if the quote said the door was red, you have to say, well, you see, this is really important because, you know, there's doors and they have different colors. And sometimes some doors are blue and some doors are green, but this door in particular is red. And in this essay, I'm going to explain to you why this door is red and what is the cultural significance of a red door. And according to quote number 2, blah, da, 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 which
Yes,
da, da, da,
yes,
da.
all this. Sorry, yes.
So basically, your intro is setting up your 5-paragraph essay, and then first paragraph is you take all your sources from source number 1, stick them in, and write around it. Just be like, according to X citation quote, explanation of quote. Yes. Sorry, I'm shouting. Repeat as nauseam until you get to the conclusion. Copy and paste your whole introduction, and then change up all the words, and just use different quotes. Just slightly restate your introduction and say, as you can see in this essay, I have proven that red door equals this because of this quote. And I always ended it with some cheesy, stupid pun, which is just like, you know, like, and that's why you should always paint your door red so that the whole world can smile brighter. Like, you almost want to think it ends with the end. But that's how I ended every fucking essay, and I got an A every single time.
Oh, that's beautiful. Facts were spoken.
Oh, paragraph structure. Intro sentence about what your paragraph is about. 3 sources. Repeat those sources. Explain the sources like you're explaining it to a 5-year-old. State why each source matters. Repeat the opening statement in different words for conclusion. Yes. I wish my parents pursued that easy. My last master's paper was 65 pages at the end. You can do the same thing for a 65-page essay. I assure you. You just need to find more sources. And you have to have more time to bullshit. Because I could bullshit a 5-page essay in like a night if I had all my sources and all my quotes lined up. The door is red because the owner really liked the door, like the color blue, but his wife liked red, so it's red. But also, we have to consider that the writer liked his wife, which is unusual because people don't usually like their wives for some unknown heteronormative sexist reason. So thereby, we should explore that using this quote. Hi, Frankie, baby. Hello. I was taught to end an essay as if you're dropping a mic. I learned that issues of skin picking are called detrimentia. It's triggers by anxiety and stress related to OCD and is accompanied with trichomania, which is picking of hair.
Yep. Dermatillomania and trichotillomania.
You just learned that just now?
I did just learn that just now.
Oh shit, I thought you knew what skin picking is the thing, yeah.
No, I knew that trichotillomania was a thing because they diagnosed me with that when I was having the same time as being ADHD. Sorry, words are hard. My brain just went into 2 different directions and I put the sentence all together. That didn't work out too well. I learned about trichotillomania when I was diagnosed as ADHD. Because he said that it was correlating together, if that makes sense.
Star, I have bad news for you.
Yes.
Everything relates to everything.
I know.
No, but like really. Like if you think something doesn't relate to something, it relates to it. And especially because you have CPTSD, I think that's inaccurate. Everything super relates to everything else. Everything is CPTSD.
Yep.
Borderline CPTSD. Oops. Sorry. Spoilers for personality talk months from now. But yeah. Let's play 7 Degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Oh Lord.
Dude, that game's great. Think something doesn't relate. You're fucking wrong. That relates to being incorrect. True.
That's good shit.
I want to use that. I'm gonna find the opportune time to use that. It's gonna come out of maybe a year from now, but it's just gonna fly out of my face as someone.
Poch, there's no way that my anxiety triggers my depression and my depression triggers my anxiety. They're two separate things.
Right?
If you think
It's so
something
funny.
doesn't relate, you're fucking wrong. It relates to being incorrect.
So, because I have the ability to read and listen to a conversation at the same time, I was just reading on dermatillomania, and they're like, yeah, it often like will make you feel anxious about the fact that you sit there and pick at your skin. And I'm like, yeah, but one of the triggers is anxiety. So are you telling me that I'm going to get anxious about something that's going to cause me to be even more anxious? That's lovely.
Because you know the side effect to that cancer medication is
Cancer.
Oh my god, if your papers are literally less less resource based and less source based and just more just like off the top of your mind, and that's even better because my brain just fucking fires off a million thoughts a minute. So great. Get me going about this. I'm sure I could write a 65-page essay. Will I? No.
No, because I'm lazy. And
I like thinking conceptually, so I could narrate a 65-page essay if you like. I mean, shit, this whole Mental Health Monday probably fits on a 65-page essay. Well, knows? Who knows?
Right.
What is it? Dictation, where it just records and writes down everything you say.
God, that'd be nice. Yeah,
I could do 65 pages.
See, actually, Mama Bear, one of the things that I was just reading was that getting my nails done, acrylic nails actually helps with picking because they're so thick that you can't grab hold of things as easily. And because of the thickness, it doesn't tear your skin.
See, it might sound funny, but one of my goals in this Twitch streaming career is to make sure that she can always have her nails filled so that she doesn't ever have to do that. Like, I've actually talked about that. I'm like, I want to hit a point that it's no big deal if she goes and spends $40 a week to make sure her nails are good so that she doesn't have to worry about that. His goals, man.
Harry Potter or Disney. Dip your fingers in wax and pick the wax rather than skin. Ooh.
Interesting thought.
Ooh.
I'd have to get another bulb for my wax warmer, but that's an interesting thought.
Just dip your whole hand in wax.
Mm-hmm.
Therapeutic wax. Yeah, I have a bad habit of picking my nails. I've been doing better overall, honestly. But I'm trying to stop. It's kind of automatic. Anyway. Welcome to Mental Health Monday. Then you can remelt the wax and reuse. I guess that's true.
Elmer's glue is another good one. I used to do
Yeah.
that all the time, man. I'd cover my whole palm and just peel it all off.
That's so
Dude, I don't know
satisfying.
who didn't. Like, if you didn't, I suggest going out and getting Elmer's glue right now and doing it. Like, it's something you have to do in life.
But with the wax, you can just reuse it over and over, so you don't have to keep buying glue.
You know what the Elmer's
But
glue?
on the other hand, I think it'd be really fucking funny if you had a goal on stream, call it Stars Glue Addiction. Just get her on My Weird Addiction. Let's go.
Yes.
Zybrus, you were the kid who ate the glue? What did it taste like? Like, it
I
doesn't
ate
seem like
paste.
it tastes good.
I ate paste. Not glue,
What
but
does
I ate paste.
taste like? Oh.
It's really sweet.
Why? I feel like that just encourages you to eat it. Oh.
It does.
Why would they make it sweet?
I don't know. I think sugar is like part of the ingredients that makes
Yeah,
the
it
paste
is.
taste.
It is, actually. That's what makes it paste. 'Cause
No, they
it's
just
a
want kids to
sucrose
eat it.
Chain. I eat candle wax too. No, wax.
See, candle wax, I could see biting into it because it smells so good, but once it's there.
Ranch dressing. You're cursed. You're all fucking cursed. Get out of here. Forbidden ranch. And I put ranch on everything. It's like biting into soap, yeah. They need a flavor like Nintendo games. Yeah, do you have a Switch? You have Switch games on you, Poch?
Oh, we have a Switch in the house.
I don't
It's not
know
mine.
Do you have
what all
games?
games are on it.
It's
you have a game
like
cartridge?
Mario Kart.
Go lick it. Or don't actually, but
And
don't lick the game cartridge. But it tastes like awful.
Oh yeah.
wait, why would you lick the cartridge? Who licks the cartridge?
Small kids put small
Children.
objects in their mouth. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Minnie,
Mama Bear's over
that
there
moment of
challenging
genius was cursed, and I love it. I bet you won't. I bet you won't. If you do it, I'll drop, I don't know, five subs that I don't have money for. Actually, I just got paid by Twitch.
Here's the fun thing, especially when people try and peer pressure or like, oh, you won't. Then I sort of dig my heels in and go, you're right, I won't. I had an older brother that tried to challenge me to do bad things, and I got used to going, oh, bet I won't. I'm a coward. Cool. I'll live the life of a coward.
I got paid by Twitch, and I should probably just put it towards my license renewal and my vision exam, which is coming up at the end of this month.
Oh my God, tell them what you figured out today about my license, and tell them about the Washington state licenses.
Oh, I don't know if they have it for you guys, but they have two different ones.
Yes, they do from us too.
What the hell is that, dude?
Okay, there's Real ID, which is something for like you need if you're gonna board an international flight, apparently.
It was saying domestic here.
Yeah, it's domestic flight maybe then. I don't know. What is that?
So to go from country to country and to board a plane, you have to have a
You have a blanket.
specialized license. If you get just a regular one, it doesn't work.
Okay.
So dumb.
Okay.
So dumb.
Are y'all married? Married?
No.
Oh, started? No.
Yeah, who gets married? Getting married is so last year.
Yeah. We've both been married.
Twice.
And, it may change later on, but we're both, at least we've talked about it, that we're just like, even if we don't, we're going to be together. So
Same.
If in 10 years we're like, fuck it, we go to Vegas and do it, then that might happen. But I'm not going to sit and plan this huge, bring the whole family, everybody wearing gowns, tuxedo. Like, I don't know. It's right now in my life, I'm not at a point that's something that I would even think of doing. Not because I don't care, because I absolutely adore that woman. It's just, what difference is it going to make if I give her a piece of paper? I've already, given her a piece of paper that said I love you on it. I gave her a paper.
I disagree that it's just a piece of paper. Marriage is a contract which has financial and tax-wise consequences.
It does.
So I'm not willing to get married unless it's going to benefit me financially. Sorry.
They tax you for being married.
Yeah.
You get screwed for being married.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I'm
and you tie your finances together, which means you tie your debts together, which sucks.
Actually,
Hello,
it's funny
cat.
you say that. The only time I've ever filed for bankruptcy was because I had married my son's mom, and she accrued a shit ton of debt, which I had less than, even with medical bills, I think I had less than $3,000 in debt, which I could have paid off, no problem. But we were splitting up. We had already split up. We just hadn't finalized our divorce yet. She was going through the bankruptcy process, and her lawyer called me and said, you better jump on this. And I'm like, why? I don't want to file bankruptcy. He said, because as soon as she does, you accrue all of her debt. So I had to file bankruptcy because we were married to debt that I didn't even own. Yeah, no, the marriage thing, and I'm not against it. If you want to get married, do get married. Do your married thing. Enjoy your married thing. I am not knocking marriage. I used to be a wedding photographer. I made a shit ton of money after people get married. It's just not something I want to do. But is there anything that's going to get between me and Miss Star there, just the same as if we were married? No, nothing's going to get in between us because I care about her the same as if, we had a piece of paper that said we were married.
You know what the biggest cause for divorce is?
Marriage.
Marriage.
Yes, I was a wedding photographer at Mo Bear. You didn't want to get married till you met Bub. Well, awesome.
This
Hello.
cat is named Mr. Bean Toast.
I'm back, and I would like to announce my sponsorship for Manscaped is going to be canceled because I'm going to take off my pants live on stream.
Dude, Your sponsorship for Manscaped is probably going to get doubled if you took off your pants on the street.
No, I applied. They said no. Also, I have sweatpants underneath my jeans because I had to bundle up so I could go get to the pharmacy.
Okay,
But
I don't
anyway.
know if you know, Manscaped's getting big enough that they're getting huge people under them now.
They denied me. They said I need like certain XYZ criteria. So I said, all right, I guess I'll come back. But I forgot to include something in my application. I was gonna say, and I also promised to not pull out my entire dick and balls on stream. Does that guarantee me a spot? Let's go. Yeah, Cypress, marrying for that reason is definitely super fucking valid. Is
What would
that
I charge
the
for a wedding in
WabaStreams?
South Carolina?
I mean, I'm the WabaStreams.
A lot. Mama Bear. I was an expensive photographer. I'm not saying that you don't have the money to do it. I'm not insinuating that at all.
All right, Frankie has transformed into a mass of blankets, which means it is time. Hi, Ice. Oh my god, I hate your name, but I like your name. But also, that's a wholesome chat.
Nice. I just read that out loud in my head.
I'm such a big fan. Well, hi, Mathic Balance. Welcome to Mental Health Monday. How's it going, Ice? God, I want you to be a part of my community because you're fine with your chat, but like, oh, the name, it's gonna kill me in the end.
Just go with Wallow. Hi, Wallow.
You wallow in C minor? It's pretty weird. They say they're not a pedophile. All right, I like them then. You've met my 2 criteria. Don't be a pedophile, I guess.
My criteria. Oh god.
My criteria as a community member: can't be a pedophile, and
don't be a mass murderer. We're good.
We're good. We're good.
That's funny.
ISIS fit the bill. Congrats. Let's go. Poggers. Welcome to Mental Health Talk Place Queer Safe Space. Drop that follow. We do Mental Health Mondays every single Monday. We do... I'm going to plug myself because it's the end of the stream time-ish here. We do Final Fantasy Fridays, Saturday Sims, and right now we're going through Majora's Mask, and then Stardew Valley Sundays, starting expanded mod. Stardew expanded. Yeah, you missed with the gay shit. Sorry, I'm bi. That just means you can't make a decision. Calm down. Calm down.
So what's my excuse? I'm pan.
What's your favorite pan? Mine's sauce. Guess you gotta leave. No, we like bi people too. It's okay.
Cast iron is my favorite.
That's a cat.
When will
he's sitting
over
on my
30 years and
laptop.
haven't picked a side yet? When will the phase end? Oh, it never ends, baby.
When will the phase end? Oh gosh.
All right, I love you. You can be part of my community. Hit us with the follow. You know you want to. It's not a phase, Mom. Yeah, we do things and stuff variety. We also talk mental health all the time. This is Mental Health Monday, and you're on YouTube. Say hi, YouTube. But also say bye, YouTube. Because we're pretty much at the end of the segment here. I try to end by midnight or so. Yeah.
Hi, YouTube.
Hi, YouTube. Bye, YouTube. Oh, God. Selfless plug. My name is WabaStreams. I do Mental Health Mondays every Monday and play games sometimes. Hit me with the follow and consider subscribing. Thanks. Subscribbling. Thanks. Love it. Fuck you, YouTube. When do I get to start the buy pan war? There is no buy pan war. We've made peace. It's fine. We've made peace. Make peace, not war.
We're in a truce right now.
A truce, yeah. I don't know. That's actually been a good question before. Is like, what's the difference between bi and pan? I think functionally they can be effectively the same, but it all depends. We don't do any biphobia bullshit here, obviously, but there'll never be peace, cooking utensil bastards. Hey, at least you get to eat tonight, all right? Better be fucking grateful. Pansexual people looking at the kitchen like... I mean, I look at the kitchen like that. I love food.
Me too.
Thank you, Cypress, for the wonderful conversation.
Yes, thank you, Cypress. Thank you so much.
Thank
man.
you, Waba. Thank you. Like, thank you so much for having us in here. Like, I get so fucking excited whenever you ask me to be on your.
Oh, me too.
I feel like I
love
asked too
this.
much of you.
Oh my
No,
dude, no,
absolutely
no,
not.
no.
If you ever need me to come talk about anxiety and depression again, please, by all means.
Oh, I will.
Would be
I'll
more
ask.
than happy to, because I still got more stories for you.
Fuck yeah. I know. I feel bad.
If you want to just talk about the different kinds of sweatpants someone can wear, I don't give a fuck what you want to talk about. Go ahead and get a hold of me.
Yo, honestly, I have like 3 pairs of sweatpants, and these are the most comfy ones because they give me the most fucking room for my entire dick and balls that I will not whip out on stream. Manscaped, please sponsor me.
I have 1 pair of sweatpants, and they actually belong to Poch.
Yeah.
No, they don't. You stole them.
I did steal them. Look, you should see how big these things are. Look
That's
at
what
this.
girlfriends are for. They steal your clothes. They steal your hoodies. They steal your sweatpants.
Look at how big they are.
Pretty big.
Dude, they're so comfy.
Okay, those are even big on me.
You could put a lot of sausages in that.
Mm-hmm.
Too bad I only have Vienna. Anyway.
The best part about
Oh
them is
god.
they have cargo pockets.
All right, hit us with it, Mama Bear. Who's gonna click ban first? Is it me or you? Me or you? Let's go. Manscaped. #Manscaped. Sponsor WabaStick. I mean, come on, Manscaped. I got a whole fucking bush down here. Like, shit. It's fucking 2001 bush in here. Wait. Is that the right year? I don't know. Hey, you know, you got rid of Clinton, you got all the Bush. I don't know. Something. There's a pun there somewhere about Clinton and Bush. Anyway. All right, get prepped. I'm prepared. I'm prepared to click ban. It's going to be so clicked, no one's going to see it. Prepare the ban hammer. We have the ban hammer. Emote ready. The ban is ready. I got the message copied. Aw, you're... Yeah, honestly. Okay, so there's actually like a physiological reason for this. The way that bone structurally, your bones are, that's kind of why. It's kind of why. Manspreading, yeah. Fuck the patriarchy. But also, I encourage women to manspread as well. If it's comfortable, go right fucking ahead.
Right? Sit how you want to sit.
I do. You can
I'm
ask
gonna do
Poch.
it and I ain't changing for nobody, damn it.
I hit Poch in the knees all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, Fat Thigh Gang, welcome in.
Oh, yeah.
Yup.
Going.
I mean, yeah, that's cool.
You got a fat dumpy? Yo, bro, you should join my Discord. Join my Discord.
Hitting all the prerequisites to getting in here.
Let's go. Make sure to follow me on the YouTubes and the Twitters. We post new videos like every fucking day because we're motherfuckers. Also, I want to meet Markiplier. All right, Mental Health Monday. I want Markiplier on here someday. I want to interview that dude. He's awesome. Oh, that's the wrong one. Leave it. I'm not a good person, believe me. I'll believe you when you troll us with some racist or sexist bullshit. How about that? And then I'll ban you. Mark for mental health, yes. Oh, you play League? Yeah. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
Did you just ban him for League? He's talking about cocking nuts and you're like, League, you're out.
I used to play League 8 years ago.
His name is what it is, but you only ban him for League. That's why I love you, Waba.
Is it racist to play League of Legends? No, it's just toxic, and I feel bad for you. And you should get some help. Here are resources. Get some help. Stop it. Cut it out. Get some help.
I know exactly what you're doing right now. Cut it out.
Yo, are you a healer main? Let's go. All right. Ooh. Are you a real healer main? Do you go uwu for your DPS senpai? You go DPS senpai? Oh wow. The only Smasher Pass on Pokemon here. It is an accepting platform. Yeah, I literally did Markiplier Smasher Pass, but I'm a Pokemon master, so you know that video is going to get 1,000 views overnight. We'll see. I do play pure. Hi YouTube. My name is
So
Wab.
I learned something else today.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's actually blowing up.
I learned
Oh,
that
I'm
if you
kind of
put-
scared.
If you put tape on your
But it's
arm
exciting.
and
Yeah.
pull it off against the hair grains, you pull your hair out. I now have a bald spot on my arm.
That's great. Why does my Smasher Pass video have 45 views in the first 8 hours? Excuse me? All right, whatever. I want to wake up with 1,000 views. Let's do it.
Why haven't I watched it yet? That's the real question.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go do that. We're gonna make.
Go. Boom. Everyone go share this video with 5 friends. Go share this video with 5 friends and tell those 5 friends to share it with 5 friends. We're doing an ethical pyramid scheme of support. Let's go.
Yes.
Everyone wants to know who Waba's gonna smash. It is a lot more Pokemon than you first expect. I'll say that. And then Frankie did it later in the stream. The VOD is still up, but I'm not going to put it on YouTube. Frankie smashed nearly like 100 less, I think. Do you know anyone who can help me with write a letter to the Biden administration for research grant money? Yeah, I can bullshit an essay for you. We were just talking about that right before you came in. I only had to watch it twice. You didn't have to watch it again, Cypress. But I appreciate you watching. Oh, wait, you're talking about Frankie's version. I'm like, you didn't have to watch it on YouTube, too. I mean, you could if you want to. If you want to relive the experience. But edited. Sparkle, edited. I edited that shit in like 3 hours, maybe. Which is pretty good. I'll make 99 accounts to get you 1K viewers. Let's go. I need 1K subscribers, actually, to get partner. 1K subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. So hopefully that video helps with watch hours. What if I don't have 5 friends?
I hope this title helps out. It says, go share with 5 of your friends and do a mostly ethical support pyramid scheme.
If you comment that, I'm pinning it.
Dude, I'm tweeting this out right now. Tweeted, done.
Oh my God, dude.
I will take that and put it into YouTube as well. I have no shame. If I can help a friend get freaking famous and rich, I'm going to do it.
He has no shame for anything.
I don't give a fuck. I'm a grown-ass man. I do what I want.
Well, if you do a study on League players, I tried to do that. They all told me to fuck off and get good scrub.
Sorry. Damn it.
Also, make sure you like and comment the video because it helps the YouTube algorithm. 1,000% of women, would you focus their support means? It's probably pretty high. Yeah, no. Straight support mains don't exist. Nah. There's a high chance, yeah. Anyway, thank you both for coming on Mental Health Monday. We can chat for a minute afterwards, but I just want to end the segment here before we get too carried away. We can keep carrying on the chaos in a minute here, all right? Trust. You just got to watch me for like a minute talk about mental health and how it's important and stuff, which it is. It's super important. We love it here. Anyway, love you all. Here's Poch. And here's Star, even though she doesn't stream, but she should. So.
Actually, she does every Wednesday on my channel.
Let's go.
We started a new thing. Every Wednesday, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, you can see her beautiful face.
You're Canadian? That explains everything. Anyway, I'm going to go take my top off. You enjoy this outro, and we'll see you on the other side. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Health Monday. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, be sure to give the video a like, put a comment down below, and share it with a friend. If you want to catch it live, feel free to follow us on Twitch. The link is in the description below. As always, mental health is an open and ongoing discussion, so feel free to say hello and then, come talk with us about mental health. I love the topic, always talk about it. It's a chill atmosphere. It's a safe space. Sometimes we get a little chaos and chaotic, but it's still a safe space all the same. If you also enjoyed the guests and what they had to say, you can check out their content as well. I put their Twitch links in the description below. As for the rest of my socials, they're also down there. Twitter, Instagram, and the Discord if you want to join. As always, take care of yourself, do some self-care today, and be well. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Come catch Waba live, only on Twitch.
Yo, what's good? We're back, better than ever. It's me, Yo NB, WabaStreams, coming to you live from twitch.tv/WabaStreams. Yes, this is the lovely Mental Health Monday poster that I put out. I try to put it out by Friday, but you know, I get fucking whatever. But yeah, we do this every Monday. We'll be talking next week with some awesome folks that I don't remember, and I need my phone to check that. Anyway, we do all these things. Go look at those things. Wow, look at those things. Ignore me looking at my phone. Tell you who's on next week, and then I'll give a proper shout out to PochFad. Yes, go follow PochFad. Next week it's Animagus Arts, and then Nobody Listens to Maury in a two-part segmented segment. So one will come on for 2 hours, Animagus first, and then Maury for the next 2 hours. Oh, this, yeah, I do have one of these thumbs. I have the hitchhiker thumb. I think it's what it's called. So it's Mental Health Monday. This is my first time here. Want to listen to the 3-minute intro video about what Mental Health Monday is? No, you don't. I'm just going to tell you, / put that command up. So Mental Health Monday basically is just a talk. It's a talk interview show. It's a open discussion pretty much where we talk about everything related to mental health. We usually have a very specific topic of the month. This month's topic was on anxiety, depression, and mood disorders in general. So that's what we talked about. Yeah, but as always, it's an open discussion, open fucking talky talk. You can ask questions, chat. I swear, we'll answer them, probably. But yeah, it's fun, and I want to become the biggest mental health streamer on the whole platform. We do variety, we do all that stuff. We'll finish up Majora's Mask next Saturday as well. Our D&D IRL session is going on next week. This past Saturday was the VTubers session. You can find highlights of last VTubers session on YouTube now, and I'm getting my editor to edit the last session from yesterday now to go on YouTube. And we started Stardew Valley Expanded, so yeah, it's a lot of fun here. It's fucking cozy chaos, basically. You did comment on the video? No fucking way you did. Are you serious? How's it going, YouTube? My name... I'm literally gonna pin it. Are you serious, dude? Show me the comment. Yep, there it is. PochFad. I'm pinning that shit. Pinned comment right there. Pinned comment. Gilded. Goated. Fucking... Let's go. Yeah, those videos load up really weird. I also have a lot of bio theories that need government research. Like, I love some Beyonce songs, but not all of them. We need to study this. Yeah, clearly. But yeah, that's what Mental Health Monday is. It's an open discussion, and I never want the discussions to end just here. Like, fucking talk about mental health. Be open about it. Feel free to share your experiences as well. This particular VOD, this particular stream, we start at 7 p.m. Eastern. And we go from 7 to 8 with the open drop-in check-in. The VOD gets deleted afterwards, but the Mental Health Monday talk that you just witnessed gets uploaded to YouTube on Wednesday. And I have to remember to add a stream marker, and I just did. Go share this with 5 of your friends. Do mostly ethical support pyramid scheme. Thank you, Waba loves you. I'm gonna go cook for my lady. I hope you have an amazing night. I hope you have an amazing night, Poch. We're probably gonna raid out here in a minute here, but let me give it a proper shout out. Who's that Waba 5 streamer? It is PochFad.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub.
It's Pikachu!
Who gets the stickers? I love stickers.
He does a lot of art.
Dude,
really awesome,
another
dude.
One. Thank you.
Let me see if I can find
like watching the tag trains go by my town.
Someone nice to raid out to.
I'm with you. I actually have a train track right behind my place that I watch them a bunch. I love
That's
it.
Wild.
The bloop juice.
Dude, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I've been doing graffiti for about 3 years.
Let's see.
So this is like my progression to getting better, and not better, but evolving. Like my art is evolving and changing and growing and everything else. And hey, you guys always remember, you're loved. No matter what.
True.
That's one thing that will be constant.
Absolutely,
You are
same
loved.
here. You are loved.
Okay. Even
You're
when
loved
it feels
and
like you
supported here.
aren't, you are.
Yep, you are. Your brain's wrong. Fuck your brain. You're fucking loved, and we love you, and we're here to support and love you. And that's what our community's for. Fuck yeah. This is why I love Poch. That's why I fucking love Poch, because he's just like us. He does all his fucking support and love. I love it. I love it, I love it. Bing bong, you're loved. That's right. It's fucking right, you are loved. Absolutely. I'm, however, off to sleep. Good night, Waba. Good night, Mythic Balance. Have a great night. Great night. I'll give it a few more minutes if people want to drop in, vent to us, tell us about what's going on in your life. How's your mental health? What is your plan for wellness? Have you done some self-care today? All right. Tell me what's up. What's going on? I'll tell you what's going on with me. I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm a bit hot. Unhydrated. I need to hydrate. I have a giant black cat attacking me with his claws on my knees. Yes, indeed. Good night to all the beautiful people out there. You are many, and it is all of you. You are all beautiful, and you are all a part of this wonderful Waba fam. Yes. Hello, Nero. Would you like to come up and say hi? Hello. Here he is. Look at him. Here he is. It's the boy. Mwah. The big boy. Mwah. We love the Nero. Yes, 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 yes. Alright. Let's figure this out. Let's see. You know what? Ooh, we could do that. We could do this. We could raid here. Yeah. Alright. How are people feeling? What do we want to raid to? A dating sim? Dating sim with a lovely person here. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Or do we do mental health? Another mental health Monday stream? A few mental health Monday streams on actually right now. Some peer support as well with tracking and journaling. Planning out. Could do that. Or we could go to a game stream. So many. Alright, we'll go here. Fuck it. Why not? They were lovely before. We met them previously. So we're gonna go raid them. Gonna go raid them. Alright, let's do it. Alright, we're here. We'll be back on YouTube, actually. I stream also on YouTube every so often, and one of those often times is going to be tomorrow, actually. I'm going to be streaming with Nobody Listens to Maury. I'll be in my VTuber persona, so you'll see some Waba maid or Waba in a hoodie or something, and with a pansexual heart on it, and some kitty paws, with Nobody Listens to Maury, who's another VTuber that we love dearly. But yeah, let's go give some love and support, as always, to Miss Gore Gadget. Lovely streamer. They are playing some sort of dating sim. Looks cool. But they're a really cool person. Here's the raid message if you are subscribed. Here's the raid message if you are not subscribed. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you so much for being a part of this conversation. And I hope you have a good night out there. Take some time for yourself. Get hydrated, lay down, go to sleep, take a shower, get food, do what you need to do to stay well, and keep uplifting other people, because you never know what someone's going through. So thank you. Truly from the bottom of my heart, thank you very much for being part of this community. All right. And I'll see you all maybe tomorrow on YouTube. Find me, WabaStreams, or Friday on Twitch, or in Discord. Feel free to join. All right. Good night, everyone.
My door.
Always trying to